Uh-huh.
So you have a chance. You're not fucked half the time. Armor, everyone gets 5 slots, and you can wear 3 on your body, and it's only one thing. So you get an extra 150 with that armor. You can get a backpack, not too hard, which fits another 3 armor plates.
So 8.
Not too, much. Like, it's not a necessity, but it is there, and it's not hard to earn. So you get an extra. You can generally get the weapons you want out of crates pretty quickly, and the mods aren't, absolutely masses, if that makes sense.
And I think like they have loadouts, right? If you
Yes.
have a call down on the weapon thing, you have your loadout immediately.
You can do the thing, the specific marker drop, so if you want it specific somewhere, or you can go hunt the one that drops near the beginning and end of the game. What else?
Video.
You can literally get back in the game several ways. You're not stuck.
Oh yeah, it's a gulag, right?
Gulag for your first death. Every
Uh-huh.
other, it only costs 4,000 to bring you back.
Uh,
And you can earn money
creds.
by doing bounties, and there is a bounty to bring your entire squad back, but you're exposed on the minimap for about 3 minutes. So it's a high risk, high reward.
Where else?
Oh.
What else do I show now?
That's why I like that the most compared to, say, PUBG or even Apex. Like, I love Apex's movement and characters, but God forbid, I got sick of fucking what was the female? The fucking short one that had the teleporting.
Yeah, I know her.
Was it Shroud?
Shroud. Yeah.
I got fucking sick of her being like the top tier pick, and I got sick of the RNG and the bullshit respawn thing in the game. It's just kind of like, fuck it.
Yeah, I remember Rags talking about it before, especially on like his Discord, just saying that he fucking hates something about hating Shroud, or whatever.
I'm just sick of how fucking powerful she is, and the fact that they changed her animation apparently recently. Like, thank fucking lord, took you 6 seasons.
Oof, 6 seasons. Jesus fuck, that's long.
Well, I mean, Ram, you know Ram's right? His Twitter has been having it here and there. He's been very happy with any Pathfinder buffs, but he says the current season is the worst so far.
All right, I think we're live. So, yeah.
Hello.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we don't really have much of an audience right now, but for those who are going to be stopping by, welcome to my stream. My guests today are what I'm calling a new stream series, Objectively Subjective.
Okay.
For this episode, I have Virtual Shadow.
Hello.
Who's I've streamed with before. You may have seen him in like my older streams. And Weekend Warrior,
hello.
Hello,
greetings.
Who's been getting really big recently with his content. I remember like 2018. Yeah, 2018. You were like 16K subs. Aren't you like?
Oh yes. I can't believe it. Yeah, when I think about it.
Yeah, because that was like a big jump from like 16 to like.
Yeah.
Where are you? 70K now.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised. Yeah, I reached 66.6 a few weeks ago, and I have to do a Hellboy 2019 thing.
Oh god!
Because I promised someone. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just in time for Halloween, so there you go.
Oh, dude, I still remember like 2018 or 2019. Oh, hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay, that's weird because for some reason it's acting up. The Discord chat was acting up a bit on the stream. I don't know why.
Oh, weird.
Anyway, this? I remember like 2018. I think when you did like your movie review for Bleach. That was like, that was on like a Wednesday or Thursday or Wednesday, and people were like,
yeah, I think it's a Wednesday because,
yeah, I remember
Wednesday Warrior, yeah, it's not the weekend, yeah.
It's like it was in the Philippines.
Yeah, kasi, it was a holiday on that particular Wednesday. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's always going to be like an early weekend on like the 31st, because we actually don't really give a fuck about about Halloween on the 31st. What we do give a fuck about though is November 1, which is like All Saints Day or All Souls Day, where we visit the dead. Basically, we visit our dead relatives and loved ones and shit like that. Yeah.
So they give the 31st as a day off, basically.
Yep. Because if you've ever been, because it's especially necessary if you're like going to the province, because if you've ever been on provincial buses, boy, do those lines take for fucking ever.
Yeah, man. Yeah, if it's like near a holiday and you're like going along the main highway in Manila, it's so traffic. It's so filled. The traffic is so heavy.
And the lines of the buses, man. Oh, I remember.
Yeah, you see it. You see it on the highway. Like I see it on EDSA. That's like the main highway.
Yeah, dude, it's so fucking insane. And I did that once when I was visiting my mom in like Los Baños.
Where is she?
She was.
Oh my God, Los Baños layo.
Yeah, she was in Los Baños, but she recently is staying with my aunt in like Quezon City. Although they will be moving soon to like a new property in Antipolo, so there's that.
But that's far again.
Yeah, yes, it's far, but it's like, it's a place.
Far again.
The area is designed to be in a way that they'll easily relax, especially as they get really old, because they're like in their seniors already. But anyway,
I see.
Halloween and the dead.
How about that?
Yeah, how about Diablo? A game that is pretty much focused on horror, or used to focus on horror in like Diablo 1 and 2.
Horror elements, I would say.
Yeah, horror elements. Yeah, but when I was a kid, when I played Diablo for the first time, I was so scared.
Dude, my first impression of Diablo was like, I was in like my cousin's place. I was in my aunt's place, and I went up to the basement, and at that time, my cousin was playing Diablo on his PC, and as I climb up, the first thing I hear is just him killing demons, and then just like the sounds that they make as they die.
Oh yeah, man! Like the goats. That freaked me out. But when I reached that level,
it's like
you do not.
It's like as soon as I heard that, it's like I just went back down. It's like the moment I hear it, I just went back down.
You want to know true horror, though?
What?
When you walk through a portal and the first thing you hear is moo.
Oof. But anyway, I think the first time I really got into Diablo was actually Diablo 3. And the thing is, Diablo 3
Diablo 3?
Bruh.
Yeah, it's like Diablo 3 was like, just, oof. It was...
Boy. Why would you start at the worst?
I think
crap fest.
Trust me, I had shit tastes back then. But anyway, because K-Bash actually did this video of a complete Diablo series critique back in like January 2020.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've
for the dark ages.
I think this, because if I remember right, I think I remember why he did this critique series. If you guys remember, January, time flies in 2020.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, especially if it's fucking 2020. Shit, time went by so fast, and it's just so much missed out. But anyway, you know how like as a response, because like the whole Diablo what's this Blizzard controversy, and in the midst of that they announced Diablo 4. That was like January, I think.
Oh yeah. Diablo 4?
Yeah, Diablo
Yeah, they did announce it.
Yeah.
Just and nothing happened.
Yeah.
And nothing happened.
I love how they try to make
before
it
the Dark Age. I forgot. Australia was on
Dark
fire.
Ages, man.
Australia was on fire. Remember when that happened?
Yep. I was there. I was there when it was written.
Oh my god.
I was there when the match was lit.
Well,
I don't know if it was a match. I just know some fucking dipshit would have contributed.
It was for all you know, it was probably like a gender reveal party.
Yeah, I mean it probably. I now present to you what gender this
It's a
young one is.
boy!
It's fire. It's
It's a
fire.
boy.
Here, have some fire.
Anyway, so as where I was getting at was in response to like the as because of the whole Diablo 4 thing, I think K Bash was like obviously because this video is actually 47 minutes long. So I had a feeling that
Yeah.
he was preparing this for a bit. He and timed it was like because of the Diablo 4, it's like he might as well release it. Because I've had that or sometimes I think my most recent video, like them's fighting herds, that's actually my highest viewed video, because I originally timed it when the game was coming out, which was like it came out like somewhere early May, and I released it in the first week. Somewhere like a week after, the game was announced for Evo Online. So people got curious, and they
Timing.
yeah, it was just inadvertent timing. Mine was at least a bit more accidental because I was really targeting the release date of the game. In no way was I expecting like the game to actually ever be announced for Evo Online. Although Evo Online in of itself
Yeah.
got cancelled because of fucking Mr. Wizard, dude.
You know, the only video I've ever had blown up was because I covered something pretty bad, like just without any effort in the first like 2 or 3 days, which was originally about like Bethesda not wanting to do crossplay, but Sony was going to allow it.
By the way, Mango,
That
I
was
just want
old
to
news.
yeah. By the way, Mango, I just want to confirm the audio is fine, right? You can hear all
Yeah.
three of us. I want to hope that you can hear all three of us. Despite, because like I think there's a time where I didn't realize that my mic was muted, or it's like people didn't hear me. It's like
Oof.
that was oof. That was a big
Not
oof.
muted. You're
The big oof.
Yeah,
not muted here on Discord at least.
yeah. Now to find okay, audio seems to yep. All right, thanks guys. Audio is good. So without further delays, let's actually start watching this video because this is a
Hold
long
up,
video,
I'm
and I
saying.
don't. And the thing is, I don't know if we're going to finish this because, as I brought up, it's 47 minutes long.
No, it's fine if it's good. Is it a bad one though? Like,
Well, the way it's being pitched.
Let's start. You'll
One
find out for
more
yourself.
thing, though, one more
Okay.
thing though. I'm curious before we begin. How much do we know of the series? Like all three of us, because I just just so the audience knows our limits. Because I've never played a lot of. I don't remember a lot of the first game, but I played a lot of 2 and a lot of 3, so I know more about them than I do 1.
I never played 1 and 2. I played a lot of 3, but I've been watching a lot of content about like why Diablo 3 fails in comparison to Diablo 2.
What about
And
you?
also the
Ethan?
thing is, I've also been
Hey,
yeah.
I just haven't finished either, so it's fine. Like,
1 and 2?
I played all of them, but I never finished them. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
Okay.
fair.
Okay, that's
I
fair
have
enough.
experience with all of them, so I am familiar with the series.
It's
But-
just so everyone in the audience knows where we may not know much or may not be able to give much response.
And
Depending.
I have been playing like after Diablo 3, I have been playing more like I used to play a bit of Torchlight 2 as well, but I've played a lot of Grim Dawn. For those who don't, of course, if you've checked out my channel, you can see how much I love that game. I've played like Path of Exile, and I've been recently getting back
Watch
into
the damn
Last
Grim Dawn
Epoch.
video, you fools. Watch his video. It's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, the only thing is I haven't covered like the new expansion because man, the game. Can you imagine now it has like 2 expansions and it's like version 1.1.8 now. There's additional new content. I really need to play that game from scratch just to get like that experience now. But anyway,
I'm just enjoying playing Warframe again. Anyway,
let's start.
Diablo's been at the back of my mind for the better part of 2 decades, and at the front for the rest. A friend got me the battle chest, and though I had Diablo 1's disc, Diablo 2 was like religion. Muted and dark, but stark and alive. Blood, demons, and steel. Diablo was fascinating. When Diablo 3 came, I sunk my time in and left, but the echoes of discontent from friend, fan, and forum trash alike lingered. And for years I've meant to dig into it all, figure out what the hell happened to Diablo. Where did it come from? What is it really? And why do people see it the way they do?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm critiquing the series, not screaming, not...
Wait.
All right.
I just don't like... I think there's already a problem from the intro. Like, the way he's talking about Diablo 3 and forum trash is the opinion. That kind of hints at what he thinks. I think he likes 3. Just from what he said there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's got inferior taste.
That's the thing. You're correct. Yeah. You're correct.
I mean, yeah, that was to be expected. As soon as he said form trash, like, yeah, somewhat trashy, but like, come on, that's already giving a hint that he's going to defend the shit out of it, or at least give it higher praise.
Oh man!
And I think that kind of taints the well, poisons the well, right? Like the inferior Diablo 3 haters and my superior take on the whole franchise. It's kind of like, it gives me that impression.
I'd imagine him bumping. He sounds like the kind of guy who bumped a lot of who was bumping a lot of heads back in like the Diablo 3 forums. Because the thing is, you know why he calls it forum trash? Because in the Diablo 3 forums, people have been constantly shitting over this game. And it's like just the lack of communication that we've had with that people have had with the devs, and it's just the awful decisions, and the way that they forced you to play certain builds, which you can also see in their other games. It's just it makes you walk out. It just makes you want to walk out of it, all of it, and that's kind of why I just stopped.
I played free. It's so casual, even though they have the update already. Like, it's supposed to be like more customizable. It doesn't feel like that.
It's customizable, my ass. It's literally just,
it's not.
A better armor. Here's the better this. Here's a better that, and it has like 10 stats minimum,
dude.
And they're like very minor or little things. Like, to look at 2, you would look at every little fucking detail to go, all right, which one's gonna be the boost? Which one's gonna be a thing? Sure, it didn't tell you, oh, this one's 3% better than your other one. But
and that's the thing.
3 comes along and it strips like 90% of the details, like all the shit you do, and it's just like, this thing blue. This thing has blue things. It does this. It's 10% better than your other one.
That's literally itemization in Diablo 3. Equip this set in order to deal 10,000% more damage than with a specific skill.
Yeah, I remember like
quick. Let's make difficulty 20.
In Grim Dawn, I have like lower level items, but I still keep them on just because they have a +1 skill to a particular skill I need.
In Last Epoch, I'm also like that, where I have some items that are actually meant for lower level, but especially like my Primalist, he has this helmet that is really good because it lets me deal additional damage, and I get an additional companion who then like procs buffs for me to deal more damage. There's things that you have to think about rather than just like, oh, wear this item, you deal more damage.
Yeah, it's just numbers go up. That's the thing in Diablo 3, right?
Yeah,
that's what
Sorry, I get very quick.
No, go ahead. No,
and the thing is with skills and that little fucking extra. They're so fucking pathetic compared to the rest, because it's literally just pick this skill and then pick a rune. That's it. And then there's that other tree I can't remember, like this little Paragon. That's what it was. The fucking thing where you just get +1 damage, plus
Paragon level.
Damage.
That's what they
grinding for minimum.
That's what they said was added customization to characters, right?
Oh,
yeah,
Paragon system.
The thing is, Paragon is shared across an account. So the thing is,
what?
Yeah, it's shared across an account.
Yeah, it's shared.
So if you did it for one character, if you have a specific setup for one character, you just reboot it, and then you have another you can use a different setup for a different character. It's not much of customization because it doesn't really mean anything.
It's not even customization when half the armors in the game give you like the same fucking thing at like 10 times the rate.
So wait,
Paragon is like 1% everything. It's like that's so little. Even when at higher difficulties, it doesn't mean shit half the time.
Adp, did you play Torchlight 3?
Oh, I haven't. I haven't played it much yet. I only played it a little bit, so I haven't gotten much to the end game.
The funny thing is, like, right, the top comment is just basically saying just play Torchlight 2.
Oh god. I feel bad for my purchase now. Oof.
Yeah, keep mashing the left mouse. Yeah, like the first review is 20 hours, not recommended.
Oof.
Yeah, oof.
We should continue this.
Pour one up.
Hey, let's go back to Mr. I hate people who hate Diablo 3. So
let's do it.
God help me.
No.
While I won't belabor the very well documented history of Diablo and its development, I'll touch on key moments when the time is right. The series' inception is often called the birth of the ARPG genre, but that's misleading. Other games were doing what Diablo set out to, and earlier, but Diablo redefined what action RPG meant. Not Zelda, not Secret of Mana, but an isometric real-time RPG with dungeons, loot, and minimal adventure. The developer described a moment where being forced to reprogram the thing away from its turn-based
minimal adventure. What did he mean by that?
What? Minimal adventure.
I think what he meant was the plot, but not adventure. Because I think going down a dungeon is an adventure, right? I don't think.
Well, generally the whole adventure that people get enamored with is like just trying to get to reach Diablo, trying to reach as
the next level.
Yeah, the next level as quickly as possible, especially if you're low on supplies and stuff like that. Especially since, if I remember right, levels are randomized until you reach a certain level where you can reach a specific waypoint or a specific portal. So let's rewind it a bit. Is everyone at 59 seconds?
Yeah, I'm at 59.
With levels as well, at least for 2. It's randomized when you first start out for whatever character you're doing, but it's all the same layout at that point. So the layouts will be exactly the same. There's only a few that are designed for everyone. Otherwise, the route in between A and B is all random styled, but generally similar in a sense. So that's the only thing I can think of in terms of minimal adventure, is that it's just the little pocket spaces that you go into.
Alright.
I don't know.
Let's
redefine what an RPG meant. Not Zelda, not Secret of Mana, but an isometric real-time RPG with dungeons, loot, and minimal adventure. The developer described the moment where being forced to
with dungeons and minimum, so he's not referring to the dungeons itself.
I remember he did say minimal adventure, so that's something I don't understand.
Maybe the plot. Maybe let's set him talk more. Yeah.
For the first game, I don't think it was. If I'm not mistaken, again, it's been a while, so I'll do my best here. I don't think it had a lot in terms of story. It had like some general setup and a few things, but it was mostly just what happened in the game and what you talk to the people about.
Yeah, that's my impression too, because there doesn't really seem to be much of a story in it. It's really what really matters more is like how you traverse the dungeon and how you interact with the people. I think there are some quests for certain characters, so there's that.
I know in 2, that's when the story really starts. That's where pretty much the biggest story begins. I know that for a fact. That it just kind of upped the ante a bit.
Yep, because of course you're going across the world, so it makes sense within the context.
Yeah, it did it in like 4 acts and then 5, and then a 5th one for the expansion. While Hellfire, if I'm not mistaken, was more add-on. If I'm not,
yeah,
I'll have to double check that.
It's more of an add-on from what I've heard.
Anyway. It's made from a different group as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he brings it up.
Yeah, it's a Sierra expansion, I think.
Yeah.
And it's the first time the monk is introduced, and not in 3. It's actually in Hellfire.
Anyway, let's get
reprogram the thing from its turn-based roots on short notice, and being fairly unhappy about it, made his avatar slide across the floor, swing its sword, and shatter a skeleton. The game found direction in that moment. A game about killing monsters quickly, where each kill is as satisfying as that first pile of bones. Diablo began as a roguelike, but pivoted due to the developer, Condor Games, soon to become Blizzard North, and their interactions with Blizzard proper. Apparently its status as a roguelike is somewhat contentious with fans, but it doesn't matter. Diablo 1 didn't popularize the roguelike genre, but it did spawn several ARPG Diablo-likes after all, and it certainly doesn't seem like a true roguelike unless you're willing to stretch definitions, though it retains strands of that lineage. A hardcore mode for players looking for permanent character death, the ability to restart a playthrough, keeping character progression, randomly generated elements, but it's the focus on real-time action and the overwhelming fairness shown to prepared players that severs the cord linking Diablo to its inspirations. So let it get up and walk. I'll leave timestamps in the description, but I think this video is best sucked back in full. Now, let's go to hell. Diablo 1 is often and best described with its main town's music.
Oh,
Right? It's so good.
It's
What
still
a-
good.
I have to pause and mention. Fuck me, that music. Like in 3, there's like the first act is the only thing I remember, only because they literally just did a bit of a difference with Tristram's theme.
I mean,
The rest I just don't remember.
it doesn't really hit as well as
It doesn't
the first.
hit, but it's the only thing you can remember. Tell me, do you remember the other fucking tracks beyond that?
No.
No.
Also,
And I actually,
can I just
I
say?
actually, yeah.
Can I
yeah,
just say
yeah,
something about 3? Who
Uh-huh.
who in that world would be in their right mind to name a town New Tristram?
A head ass.
It's like some sort of like commemoration thing, probably. I don't know.
Or Blizzard's logic, it's just some random lol, let's reference old again and make it happen again, except it doesn't die this time.
Wait, Griswold is in free again, right? If I recall correctly.
Say again, sorry?
I know
Griswold is in free also, or
I know the
no?
unique the legendary is in Griswold is there, the legendary item. I don't
Oh, yeah.
remember encountering the monster.
Oh, okay. No, it's in. Oh, my bad. That's 2, right? You kill Griswold in 2,
Mm-hmm.
and you get. I get Griswold's edge. Yeah, that's in. No, that's in.
I'm having a
Anyway.
quick look. I'm having a quick look. I'm actually curious.
Alright.
Yeah, that's 2. That's literally when you go back to old Tristram in Mission 3, Act 1.
Yeah.
Mission 3? Yeah, Mission 3.
All right.
So far, it's good. I think the discussion will get spicy when he talks about free.
Oh yeah.
I have that guess. Yeah, I
It
think.
seems like
Oh, yeah.
those two were
Quick
gonna be-
reminder.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a bit off topic, but I just want to also say, for people who are unaware, there is a Grim Dawn mod where you can play Diablo 2 in Grim Dawn.
Oh, cool.
In the Grim Dawn game.
That's cool.
If anyone
Nani.
is curious, try it out. I know I've seen a streamer who usually plays Path of Exile also play Grim Dawn in the Diablo 2 mod. It's pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Whatever you think about Diablo 2 or 3, if you haven't played the original, you owe yourself the run. It's surprisingly constant, slow as it can be, and still the uncontested king of atmosphere in the series. The game
Wait,
laid out
pause.
the skeleton of the
Okay.
franchise.
I got it.
I replayed 1 at some point this year. It doesn't hold up. If I'm being honest,
I would need to
I can
replay it,
imagine
but
that because it's like it's a really
Yeah, it does-
old game.
It's really old, and
And
it's had a lot of shit ironed out in 2. That's the thing.
Yeah, 2 holds up. I played 2 also this
2
year again.
holds
2
up
holds
so
up.
well.
So good. So good.
Yeah, because
Two
if I
like the
remember,
sheer-
if I remember right, the game is more item dependent. So you're not gonna be learning
In
skill-
1?
Yeah, in 1, you're not gonna be learning a lot of like skills
Yeah,
as you level up,
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
and you kind of rely more on finding
no.
scrolls and items and weapons.
Yeah. It's kind of boring.
2 relies on more on how you
Oh.
build your character. If you just randomly put 1 in everything, you're not going to get far. But if you specialize and kind of get an idea where you want to build your shit, Like, what do you want your armor to do? Do you want a little bit of extra energy? Like, you're not going to always get it, and you don't always need it, especially for the first difficulty.
You also
but
need,
it is there.
and you also, from what I remember, you also need to learn like, well, as someone who, as coming from like Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, Path of Exile, you also kind of have to understand what skills synergize with another.
It's correct,
aside from like just apparently the synergy stats from like mods, if I remember right, but there's also like just you have to understand what skills will work together to help you get the playstyle that you want.
With two skills, especially after a certain update, I can't remember when, but it's already past the point. Everyone's gonna know it. Skills synergize with each other depending on what you use. So, like, example, Necromancer, all his bone attacks will give extra damage to the other ones. So you can invest a lot into one, so you can use it. But if you invest in the others a bit as well, you can maximize its damage even further. But you also sacrifice using those skills in other trees.
Right.
Because
you're investing skill points.
Think ahead. Yeah, so you can invest to do as much damage in, say, the Bone Spear as you like, or you can save a bit, get it up to its maximum, and not invest in the others, and you still got a decent attack. That takes a bit of mana, but it'll work. Plus, if you ever need to swap to the other one, say, because you're running low on mana, you got that, but depends how you build it.
Let's continue.
Franchise, gothic architecture, helpless people, hordes of monsters, potions, portals, items. It's a game of incredible focus. One hero, one villain, and a whole lot of incidentals. It doesn't take a genius to look at the box art and know what's going on.
Insta-fucking-dentals? What?
What did he mean by that?
I guess he means like just
side quest?
Maybe side quests or like getting
the
journey itself, because
there are no side quests. Yeah,
2 doesn't even have fucking side quests.
Yeah, 2 doesn't have side quests either.
Yeah, if I remember right, the levels, say for specific waypoints, are randomized. So I guess that's what he means by incidentals, because it's like because it's randomized, you kind of have to like make adjustments on the fly as you play.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very weird to word it like that, but if that's the case, sure. But otherwise, if he's referring to other elements of the game, I would say no.
Because that's the only thing I can really think of that actually makes sense. Like getting specific gear as you play, and then it's like fighting certain monsters or learning how to deal with certain monsters given your current situation. Otherwise, I've got nothing.
I will say, when he said it was a focus thing after, mentioning items and all that, he's not wrong. It's just 2 irons it out better. So, at least he's acknowledging that how the game's meant to be. It's just incidentals. Like, that's just a random thing. It's like you go with the rest, and it's like, yeah, makes sense. And then you hear that, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
it's just weird.
Yeah. Oof. Let's continue, though.
Yep.
Character Select with Fire expansion gave the player 4 options lifted from traditional Dungeons & Dragons: Warrior, Rogue, Sorcerer, and Monk. Entering the game drops you in front of a dying man, and your only recourse is to enter the town's spiritually compromised cathedral. Just one direction to go: down to hell. It's a straightforward experience. Each floor is loaded with monsters lurking in dark corners, swarming just out of sight, and you'll have to click every last one to death. At least if you want to be fully prepared to kill the Lord of Hell. Characters level up, producing attribute points for distribution. Of course, no novice is going to know what to do, and like with Diablo 2, it's entirely possible to find yourself in an unwinnable game state and be forced to reset your progress.
Oh, wait.
Of the internet, I learned that I needed a high distribution of
I know what you...
Yeah, that's
I
kind
think
of
he's hinting at the fail state. That's like kind of the fail state thing. Like in Diablo 3, when you level up, it's automatic, right? The stat distribution is automatic.
Yeah.
I think that's why he said that. The fail state thing. I think that's why he said that.
Mind you, that's kind of similar in 2. Well, in the old Diablo 2, you didn't have a respec thing, but you only get one of them anyway. If you were like Kid Me and you just distributed them randomly or shit, you can get stuck very fucking quickly.
Uh-huh.
Like, I got stuck at Duriel in Diablo 2. The fucking stand cunt. Yeah. You can get stuck at points like that where you're just not prepared for anything and you're just going to get your ass whooped. But
You learn from
So
it.
you
That's
can
the
get
thing.
stuck. Yeah,
No,
but in
and
the old Diablo 2, that can happen as well. You can kind of get what did he call it? I already forgot the word. Stuck.
fail state,
Fail
stuck,
state.
fail state. Yeah.
You can get like a semi fail state, but now you really can't because you can respec if you muck up.
And the thing is,
But yeah,
the thing is like you can learn from that. You can also
Yeah.
actually did I don't well, I never played Diablo 1 or Diablo 2, so I never knew if the game actually had like tooltips for like the stats. It does make me
three
wonder.
you weren't even fucking encouraged to check your stats. It was just
Yeah.
it
Just
was just there.
it's time to click on your new skill that you could just. Yeah. What I hate.
Here's a new skill that we automatically unlock you because you hit the right level.
Yeah. Here are several skill slots just for the skills you've unlocked, and you only have certain modifiers for those skills. Hooray!
Also,
We're
You
streamlining
don't
your
even get attribute
enjoyment.
points. You
Can
don't even
you-
get
Yeah,
attribute points like in 1 and 2. They're just gone.
also, I was about to say, Kibash sounds like the kind of guy who'd hate D&D. I just have to say.
Oof.
Yeah, because
Why do you say that?
it's a game. Well, the game itself, the way that it's designed, and it's all about like making decisions and like thinking about how to deal with with certain scenarios.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
Especially
yeah.
given like
The
the
proper
lore of your
party.
character. So it's like,
I don't know. Maybe he likes it. I don't know.
well,
I don't know.
it's just like
I can't.
the fact that he
Eh,
just hates decision making. Oof.
No, I think it's very. I could say that it's very specific for Diablo. That is just an odd thing to say because part of the fun in games like Diablo is character building. I remember playing Charge Paladin in 2. You just charge it with a spear, and it's just an optimal build. It's just a dumb thing. It's not the best build for a Paladin in 2, but it was a fun thing to do, so I did it anyway.
Yeah, that's really what people like. Like,
Yeah.
in Grim Dawn, that was actually the first ARPG where I felt so incentivized to make many characters because I have a lot of characters because I was messing around with gear. Oh, what if I tried out this set with like this mastery? Or oh, maybe I can use. There was actually a time I made a Saboteur that was like a combination of Nightblade and Demolitionist because I wanted to use this set of rings that would occasionally summon an orb of fire and ice.
Oh, just for that. Yeah, I get it.
And it was a kind of a build that made sense because then it's like I had Fire Strike for melee, and it's like I also had like Shadow Strike to get around. It felt nice because it felt like I was like an ice and fire ninja or shit like that, and I was especially dual wielding at that time. It was a fun build.
Yeah.
It wasn't really optimal for like hunting Nemesis, which was like the end game at that time, but it was fun.
Yeah,
My
that's the.
favorite. Sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. VS, I've been talking a while, so.
No, finish your thing.
No, it's just I think that yeah, I'm just gonna reiterate that itemization and character building are the key points of the ARPG. That's my opinion.
Correct the
Yeah.
mundo. And
Yeah.
3 literally just deletes that entirely.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you look at like all the ARPGs, Diablo 2, even if it did expand on the story, it's still not much of a story when you look at it.
Yeah, it's just good guy becomes bad guy. Stop the now bad guy. That's it, basically.
Oh,
Even-
and he gets a follower who made the biggest fuck up of his life and did get paid for it in blood.
Yeah. And even if like and even many other ARPGs, they don't really have solid stories, especially those with like cult followings like Titan Quest, Grim Dawn. I'd consider having a cult following ish, and then Path of Exile.
Yeah,
Also, Path of Exile, it's a bit more mainstream, especially more popular now than Diablo 3, but
Mhm.
it doesn't have much of a story.
Yeah, get out of island. Now that you're out, stop God. Congratulations. That's the game.
Yeah.
That's the story.
Yeah.
Well, congrats. You joined a shonen. You basically you power leveled your way through it. Good job.
Yeah.
That's not the that's not the draw of these types of games, So.
Never is.
don't.
Like, I like how
Yeah.
3 tried to expand it even further, and it's just like, I don't fucking care, and you killed
Yeah,
the best
exactly.
character way too fucking early.
Isn't that funny?
You also made the protagonist a god.
Nephilim, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's a combination of both demon and angels who are more powerful than angels and demons.
Yet
Yeah,
they don't care about the Earth realm except for Hell when they want to get like extra forces against Hell. Like, okay.
It's like the bright colors were already one thing, but then it's like just making your character fucking OP. That completely destroys like the whole horror aspect of Diablo. Because the thing is,
Nephilim's your gods now. Lol. Enjoy. 2. And then you got 2. It's just like, oh, you guys are meh. You guys are a bit stronger. Whatever.
but let's continue because we still haven't gotten to his.
Oh,
Diablo.
Dungeon Siege too. I recommend that game if you haven't. If anyone in chat or you guys haven't played Dungeon
Never
Siege
heard
2,
of
I
it.
really like it. Oh, really?
Nope.
It's fun because their take on like building skills. You have to use the weapon to get stronger at it. So when you reach a certain skill, that's when you can unlock. When you reach a certain level with the weapon, that's the only time you can unlock skills. I like it. It's kind of like Morrowind and Oblivion. And anyway,
Yeah, let's continue.
but yeah.
Points to hit anything as a warrior. It's nice being able to kill. The game follows a simple pattern. Kill as much as you can, collect whatever you can hold, and head back to town whenever you're full of loot or close to death. And each visit via Slow Walk or Town Portal greets you with that glorious music. Slightly
Perfect
eerie,
loop.
mostly friendly, Tristram is so memorable not only for the innumerable times you venture back, but for the feeling hammered into your mind as you play that Tristram is safe. And you know it's safe because you can throw extra golden items on the floor and they just stay there. The town is full of broken, weary people, and
That's just because it's an old game.
Yeah,
that's how people used to store items and trade. They just leave it on the floor. It's kind of cute now that you think about it.
I mean, yeah, that's how people did it in like trading, but like,
yeah,
it's like, mate, okay, even I admit it's not that deep, and I'm a fanboy. It's like, it's not that deep, bro.
yeah.
maybe he's just finding things to appreciate.
I mean, okay, I can get that, but it's just like, it's not that deep, bro.
Calm down a little bit.
Calm
Yeah,
down.
like-
We get what you're going for, but like,
No,
don't
I
ham it up
get
too
where
much. It makes it look a little bit much.
I get where he's coming from though.
Yeah.
It's cute when you like remember that shit.
Like, I'm not dragging him on it. It's just like, we get it. Don't worry. You don't have to ham it up much. We get it. Don't worry. It's cool, bro.
Let's continue.
people, and you'll get to know them in the course of the game, but only if you choose to. Each character has unique dialogue for whatever you're doing, but it's entirely extraneous. At times, a specific character will have a specific hint about a quest, but you can usually guess who knows what without having to buckshot conversation. The key takeaway is there's some semblance of a story, although most of the tale is the action along the way, to be frank, and there are characters, but none of it really gets in your way. The closest thing to story shackling the player comes from a select few quests, but even then, they're forgettable or intentional gating to introduce the next level. You could go through the entire game without any real notion of narrative. This issue stems from one of the lingering roguelike elements, randomness, in that quests appear in the game, but semi-randomly. A player may never encounter the famous Butcher or Skeleton King in a given playthrough because of the randomized quest tables. It's shocking, especially because these enemies are so fondly remembered. But what's so much more memorable than the Butcher, the Skeleton King, Lockdown, and whoever is the atmosphere. I recommend playing this game single player because multiplayer with voice chat would easily compromise the mood. It's just so dark, so limited, so oppressive. You know monsters are in the shadows, but you can't always tell how many. The environments are simple, but convey what they need to, crushing claustrophobia. The distorted and bizarre music flavors every second of the journey, and props to the composer because I remember these tracks more than any from Diablo 2 or 3. I remember late in the game time getting a helmet that reduced vision just slightly, and genuinely considered whether I needed the upgrade or not. It boxes you in and terrifies you, and God forbid you open a door unprepared. Granted, the game is simple enough, it's aged considerably. If you want to be healthy and safe, you can. None of it is truly scary, but it has a way of gnawing at your sense of security. What your character says entering the caves below the catacombs where lava flows encapsulates that dread.
It's hot down here.
It's small but feels tonally dissonant, brief and half-jokey but fearful of the inevitability of hell.
You were saying?
More so than any of the other games, the
He played it
graphics lend
seriously?
uncanniness to what should be.
I think he did.
He played it. He treated it seriously. I thought it was a joke.
Yeah, I think.
Well, now that I'm now that I've replayed it, it's like a joke, right? Not in a. I don't think.
Well, well, I think it's kind of like a neat little. Well, he finds it like a neat little detail, but I kind of agree with him that the way that the game was designed at the time, it kind of does gnaw at your sense of security, because like if you play like Tristan's theme, you're safe, but it's a daunting theme. Like it kind of
It doesn't give you complete.
it lingers.
It's unsettling.
Yeah, you're safe, but it's unsettling because it's like you don't know when you're going to you lose
die.
your sense of security. Yeah, maybe you'll die, but at least lose your sense of lose your security, your safety.
Right.
Think of it like this: it also has the lingering theme as well. Like most of the tracks are, generally not in a happiest beat. They're all kind of, they could, even at their most safest, like in a town, they still have a semi unsettling theme. And with
They're
the
kind of
first game,
down.
you're traveling down to fucking hell through a church that any old demon can eventually just go, fuck it, let's go up.
Yeah.
You're not permanently safe. You're the only thing that's stopping them.
Well, yeah,
But
you're
there's
the
also
only
a
one who's
fucking
actually
army
willing to go
fucking
down.
claustrophobic rooms until you hit hell, and even then, it's still tight catwalks next to lava and shit. The atmosphere of the game is just nailed so fucking good.
Alright.
Anyway,
Me ramblings aside.
let's go.
Comedy. Maybe it's hard to believe, but the upright standing Balrogs convey otherworldliness better than a fully 3D Mega Demon ever could. While the game starts easy enough with only your fear hole.
That looks so fucking goofy to me.
Right now, right?
I mean,
it's not scary. I mean, right now, I think it's because I'm old now.
It's also
but
because it's aged. You can tell
Yeah.
that something has aged. Like, I think it's one of the reasons why people would like to see like a Diablo remastered to an extent, although not in the hands of Blizzard.
We don't need another After Warcraft 3, no.
Yeah.
Yo, what I did like about Diablo was when you upgraded your armor tier, it changes your paper doll. This was one of the first
Yes.
times I was like, "Oh, that's so
Yes.
cool!" It was like
Yes.
Yeah,
it was so nifty.
Yeah. Because the thing is, it's like, even with like the lack of skills and stats like that, I think Diablo has more than likely aged. I've never played it. I'll probably try to find some time to pick it up, maybe. But
It's aged a little bit, but like,
But
in
it's
general,
like
2 is aged far fucking better.
There's-
Because
Yeah,
it ironed
just
out all the
older.
main issues.
But it's just there's still the fact that because the way that the items are designed, you can still make meaningful choices. That's what people. I'm sure that's what people would still enjoy even with Diablo 1, because it's like not all playthroughs are the same, and that's where the replayability comes from.
Yeah, pretty much. Plus all the new builds and shit you can do, like you guys were on about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It gives it a lot of replay value, even with the first game, as you were mentioning.
Right. Now, let's continue.
you back. Eventually, Diablo 1 finds itself in the trench of RPG balance hell, where you're either too strong to be stopped, or literally everything is stopping you in your tracks. It's a game about amassing stat points, so it's expected, but it rarely feels like skill has anything to do with your success. While you can kite a bit with some characters, being stuck with a warrior meant I was slaughtering anything at close range and getting strung around by anything else. A few times you'll have to come back to finish a challenge later, sometimes 4 or 5 floors down before you can return to finish a particularly challenging enemy. But the game won't punish you for it. Notably, the DLC was particularly annoying for the warrior, as the liches shooting fireballs moved just quickly enough that I'd have to corner them to get the crucial 2 to 3 solid hits in to put them down. It was a ton of running and clicking and slogging, and I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think Diablo 1 was worth it. The only other real skill, aside from hotkey use, is AI manipulation, like funneling enemies into a doorway and whacking anything that comes close. And eventually, the game takes away your ability to do this and subjects you, once again, to stat hell, where Chaos Knights are making you flinch with every hit, and it only takes 3 or 4 of them to be lethal, and goddamn, it's a struggle. But you do it because you want to kill Diablo, and because maybe something will drop an item. Unlike later games, loot isn't incredibly plentiful, so you'll be spending more time killing than selling, but inventory space is at a premium, hence the ground storage from earlier. I had a moment that I think perfectly captures the success and failure of Diablo as a game. Here it is. I was blowing through the game with relative ease, killing everything I saw, until I saw a door. I opened it up, whoops, it's the butcher, haha, fresh meat joke, I'm dead. What the f was that? Why was he so strong? So I avoided the butcher's room, killed some more things, got an item drop. Oh, a ring? Haven't got any of those. Got it identified. Seems okay, but whoa, what? It's worth how much? Sold it, bought a bunch of high-power gear that sent my stats into the stratosphere, okay, competitive with the butcher's stats, and murdered him into the ground. And the game was smooth sailing, except for approximately 3 little bumps after that. One moment of sheer luck, finding something worth way more gold than I should have had at that moment, was like setting off a pack of C4 under the floor where a third of Diablo's minions were standing. That's absurd. And it's painful to think that stuff like that can happen at random, while some other player might, for example, pick a sorcerer and find that the enemies on a given floor are literally impossible to kill with their particular...
Sorry.
I think he's hinting at it. He's hinting at it.
Yeah, because
he hates how random he hates how random it is. I think he's getting there.
Dude, it has random, but it ain't fucking gonna kill you. At least the lower difficulties. It's like the middle and the top one where you gotta start kind of focusing more on specialized. But by that point, you know what the fuck you're doing and where to go to get it.
And that's a kind of a thing. It's like, honestly, that's the randomness is also a key part of, also one of the key aspects of like of RPGs and especially ARPGs. It's kind of like saying, oh, you don't like the random encounters in like JRPGs, even though they are like an established part of it. Like, because it's like,
oh, he's getting there.
Yeah,
he's getting there, guys. I can feel it.
Quick, use your cross.
That's the fun part of these games, though, right? The randomness of it.
Yeah, and then just discovering what the items do, what they're worth to your character. And it's like, if you want to, it's just the decision making. Because the thing is, it's a game. It's a game. It's all about interactivity. It's about being immersed in like the world, trying to make your character as powerful as they can be.
Yeah.
I remember one time as well, speaking of items, I was doing a Necromancer run not too long ago. It was this year. I got a set item that shot my armor up so high, I could literally stand still and it would take forever to get me killed. It was a green set item. It was like, oh, fucking hell, that's early on. And then when I play like the Sorcerer in another time, just standard shit, so I have to be a bit more cautious, be a bit more mindful. It makes it more interesting and different, and you don't always get those things, so it's more of a neat surprise than anything.
Yep.
Plus, you could sell them and get good shit out of it too. So it depends what you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Or sometimes, if you like, say, last Epoch, in which I set my my loop filter to look for specifics, a very specific act, a very specific axe or two-handed mace with very specific affixes, and it's just like, oh, does it have all the affixes that I want? Oh, it only has one. What tier is it? And stuff like that. Oh, it's also Last Epoch. I really love the crafting in like Last Epoch, because the only thing that about Last Epoch is it only gives you 4 affixes in one item, so you only have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. But it's but the forging system, they're all fully customizable. So depending on what crafting materials you get, you can put very specific affixes on your items. So they removed. You're limited to 4 affixes, but you're given so much customizability with it. It's really neat. And even with a chance of it breaking, so there's always that risk aspect. And yeah, it goes back to the decision making. Do I want to risk improving this item at the chance of damaging it?
Interesting stuff. Is this on Steam? I might actually have a
Oh
look.
yeah, it's on Steam. It's
Oh,
currently
Last Epoch is on Steam, yeah. Early access though.
As long as it's not too big of a game, because I'm getting back into Warframe, for fuck's sake. I need something that isn't too big.
It's currently it's currently not in. It currently doesn't have online multiplayer and trading. So, but otherwise, it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good, and they've already established like endgame for it.
Nice. I've never played an ARPG very often in multiplayer. I generally prefer, especially Diablo 2 and 3 sometimes, if I ever played that, solo.
Yeah.
Like, multiplayer is fine, but 2 on solo is just a whole nother thing.
Yeah, and in a lot of instances, ARPGs are often best played solo.
They seem to design more of that, with the multiplayer being
secondary.
Not shit but yeah, like, it's secondary, but it's not like the shit kind. It's just kind of like, yeah, here's a neat thing. If you feel like trying something a little different, spice it up a bit.
Yeah, because especially if like you're looking for specific gear, but then you've made specific choices on like certain NPCs.
Some motherfucker drops it for you. Here, bro.
Or it's like, oh, somebody actually made this decision instead, so you can hop into their game and stuff like that. So there's always that.
It's interesting stuff.
But let's continue.
Build. It's wild. The other bosses in the game aren't much to talk about. With a warrior, it's always going to come down to clicking fast, chugging fast, and pumping stats. There is absolutely a need for specific gear, namely magic resist gear, but it's pretty easy to get what you need by the time you get there. One blockage I hit involved a pack of ranged magic damage dealers, so I went to do the expansion content instead, the Hive, and its adjoined areas, and actually found it easier to advance through swaths of spiders, the Defiler, and the end boss Cruel than getting to Diablo. In that regard, Hellfire makes the game a lot smoother. Without those additional floors and monsters to kill, Diablo would have been significantly harder. Hellfire was criticized accurately for not retaining the same gothic, uncanny horror atmosphere by using lots of green, weaker music, and alien insects. It's remarkable.
Yeah,
it does look a bit off. Like 2 as well. 5 maintains the theme, but what's funny is that the second act gets criticized the most because of the desert level being so bright and not so gothic, and the music. Music's fine, but it's not fitting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but isn't there kind of a context for that? Like, because the whole thing about Diablo 2 is you're following the Wanderer, and if I remember,
and he's journeying to the east to find his brother, who's locked in the tomb of Al-Rasha.
Yeah. So you're, of course, it's a desert area, so
you're isolated. You're not supposed to find it. It makes sense in context, but it was still lacking the atmosphere. That was the issue that people had. It was the kind of the atmosphere of it, where it was just more right, such, if that makes sense. The enemies were fine, but it's more the atmosphere. That's what people got a bit annoyed with that.
I don't know, in the desert level was kind of dark, if I'm being honest. It was still kind of creepy.
I still agree it's creepy. I'm just saying, like, what
for other people.
mentioned. Yeah. Because I don't
Okay.
mind it personally, but it's like
I wouldn't be surprised if it was always bright because of like an engine limitation. Because like if
Mm.
if you had like a dark area, let's say in a cellar, it's easy to make it dark because you can always set up like torches on the walls for some lighting. And you can control how much of these how many torches there are and how bright they are. Now with a desert, what I'd imagine, because I really haven't played too much, because it's a desert, you don't it's a desert, it's barren, so you don't really have much elements to add that would make sense for lighting.
I can think of one thing that they did though that could have improved it a little bit in terms of atmosphere for everyone. There is a point in the desert level where it gets shut off to night, like pitch black solar eclipse by some evil magic from a small group. I can't remember the name specifically, but it's part of a quest. So for that duration, it's pitch black. They could have kept that at the start and be at the end, like where they were at Tal Rasha, because they were trying to activate a way to get through without the need of the artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
And they could have kept it more in the gothic atmosphere while maintaining a desert level, but it didn't. It didn't really need it. Like it's fine, like you said. Like it's a fucking desert level. It makes sense in context. The music fits well with unsettling kind of themes, like the rest of them do.
City did
And the
play
enemies, it still works. It's just if I had to think of any way to prove it, it could have been that they could have recontextualized it a little, and then
I'm
it would
curious.
I
work.
remember it. Wait. I'll just say this. It does get really creepy when you get into the castle in the desert, right? When you infiltrate the city, it
Yeah,
does
because
get creepy from
Oh
there.
yes, that gets.
Yeah, so I don't. Yeah, I remember now. I remember why the desert level scared the shit out of me when I played it. The jungle level is better in that regard than the fucking desert level. Jesus Christ! I just remembered the crypt. Jesus Christ! No, thank you. When I was younger,
The
anyway.
jungle was an interesting experience. Lots of dead
Yeah.
ends, though. I would have caught a couple of the dead ends there. That was an issue I found. It's just pointless spots. Like, don't get me wrong, the Act 1 and 2 had maybe like a couple, but there were spaces with items. There's just legitimate. Here's a dead end that's long.
I'm curious about like the desert level. Like, what was the brightness like when they did like the solar eclipse?
I'll do a comparison. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Talk random shit. I can make this work. I'm just gonna find it.
Random shit.
Let me actually try also. So let me at least add an image source. That way, it is ready. It is easy for me to share it in the stream when it is ready.
I'm trying to find one that's actually loading the image at a decent quality and not being a douchebag.
Yeah, just post the image in like the Discord chat. Actually, if you don't mind, let's continue the video a bit while you're looking for.
Yeah.
I'll search while doing it.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Remarkably out of flavor. But the development went to another team, and it was a rush job. In short, it's healthy for game flow, but mostly an unnecessary distraction from the main event. While the grind to Diablo is tough at times, the actual battle is simple. Lure out the enemies surrounding him, kill them off one by one, and fight them alone, like it was meant to be. Generous use of potions and town portals, which can keep a player afloat indefinitely so long as they mine their health bar and portal location, make the fight trivial, and that's a real shame. Diablo's tough, but he's got an aversion to cheese, and it'd ruin the whole thing if it weren't so hard getting to him in the first place. Hard in the long and arduous way, mind you, very little about this game was mechanically challenging, though it certainly didn't help my growing potential for carpal tunnel acquisition. Diablo 1 is a strong start for a new franchise, and it sold well, immediately greenlighting a sequel. It'd have to be bigger and better in every way, bigger environments, more stuff to do, a proper narrative, more character classes, more customization, something so big and fantastic it'd steep in the minds of its players for years to come. And
okay,
it fucking did.
Yeah.
Also found the image.
We're gonna pause here quickly because Shadow did share the images, so I'll be saving this shit really quickly.
It was hard to find decent quality that actually loaded quick because Google can be annoying, but you can kind of tell immediately what happens with the eclipse.
Yeah.
It turns into basically what 1 is with what he was mentioning with the light levels, except to a different degree.
Okay, let me just, because I am going to be sharing this on OBS adding this into OBS very quickly. Let's see. Properties. And desert 1. Alright, so, chat, this is the desert area in Diablo 2 prior to the, what's this?
Eclipse.
Prior to the eclipse. So, we will also, if you don't mind, I will be getting second image. Browse. Desert 2. And if you can see here, this is the comparison. Let me just shrink this a little bit. There we go. This is essentially the comparison between the two areas, where the desert area, where is it? Where if it had without the eclipse, and then when the eclipse occurs, because this is kind of what I brought up earlier. I think the reason why they stuck with like the whole being bright throughout majority of the area is because lighting in a desert is going to be really hard, and if it's that dark, then I don't blame them for just sticking with like being in the day all the time. Especially
to be slightly fair, that second image is a bit darker than it looks than the actual level is, but it still gives you a general idea.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I think this is I can see this as like an engine limitation, and I wouldn't blame them for the way it came out, essentially.
It just makes the level dark, like not as dark as that image, I would say. It's more like it little bit. You can see a little bit better. It's just this image was the closest I could find with clear and actually with clear image and also loaded because Google. But besides the point, if to hammer it home, yeah, it's going to be a bit limited because it's all just going to turn into basically a cave with no torches.
Yeah, that sounds like hell.
If they had the chance to get the lighting a bit different, they could have made it so it was dark, like say the first level, but in a desert area while keeping the context. It's just yeah, but even then the context is that it's a general eclipse and you can only really see what the lighting has for you.
Also,
so it's still
ERB. Yeah, I can understand why people didn't really enjoy Torchlight 2 as much. I also didn't really enjoy Torchlight 2 as much. If anything, yeah, I played a lot more Grim Dawn after like Diablo 3. I just stuck with Grim Dawn because it was really a game that just stirred my creativity, especially with like what the builds that I could make. And just it just reached the point where I spent 1.5k hours on that game. My god, 1.5k hours. Crazy.
Oof. Jesus, bro, calm down. Well, I'm saying this as I played Payday 2 for fucking nearly 8 years. At 1,000.
But let's continue, because this is where he's about to talk about Diablo 2. So, let's see.
And it did. I have to wonder how much of that praise is earned and how much of the criticism leveled at the third is...
Woo! That was a red flag. Oh my
Boys,
god.
I am dying from cringe alerts.
The complete Diablo series critique and retrospective, or I really love Diablo 3, guys.
How much of it is praise and actual praise?
It's like, what the...
Let me tell you, it ironed out so many of what one had issues with and added to it. Fuck off.
It's like, if you didn't see the red flags earlier, this should have been like the clear one. Cause like, oh my god.
He's trying to tone down 2. He gives praise to 1 because everyone knows that's too old, but 2 is still so relevant in people. You can tell he's trying to tone it down so 3 looks better.
Am I right, Caddy? This year, Diablo 2 had this massive mod that released that added so many classes, right? Am I correct, or was that last year?
I don't know, because the game
game
has had a
Diablo
lot.
2 mod.
Because here's the thing, I have no idea what other mods were added. Because
Median XL in 2019. Yeah,
that was an overhaul. That is like that.
Yeah, that was
like
really
overhaul.
That was released last year. That's how important Diablo 2 is to most people even today. That is why people are still playing Diablo 2.
And
right?
Here's the thing that I'm about to bring up. The game, one of the reasons why Diablo 2 lived for so long was because of mods. It had mods. In addition to the replayability.
Yeah, of the vanilla. Just the vanilla game.
You also had mods. You could play this game however you want. You could completely ignore the ladders that it had. And there's still ladders to this day. Right? It's surprising, right?
I kind of want to play Diablo 2 now. Like, look at the characters. Amazon, Barbarian, Druid. Still the same. My bad. I thought it was like they added classes. No,
I think it was like revamps. Just revamped to class balancing. But the point still stands.
Oh yeah.
There's so much that gives Diablo 2 like its replayability even after all these years. Like let me Google real quick when Diablo 2 came out. Diablo
2004? 2003?
No.
2001.
2001, god damn.
June 27. First released June 27, 2001. So
19 years later.
Free-ish later after Diablo 1, which was 1997.
Right. So in about, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 8 months from now. 8 months from now.
Yeah.
The game will be 20 years old.
Damn, it's old.
Right?
I'm old.
And it's still fucking relevant.
Still good.
What did you say again? Median XL, when did it get recently updated?
Last year.
Last year.
Yeah. I don't know if there's like a patch, but the big release was last year.
It was, yeah.
January 18, 2019.
Yeah.
It's the latest it removes the mod to a new engine which allows improved interfaces. Something like that. It got a trailer back in like 2018, November 30th. Or something like that. They made a fucking trailer for it.
But let's...
No, but it's undeserved praise though. I can't believe it. Why would you say that? Why did you say that, bro?
Yeah, there's a couple of bugs you may run into in some class balancing and the soft locking.
I would argue that's part of the fun.
What was it called again? I kept forgetting. Fail state, the soft lock fail state, but
that's really any
fuck up huge pull rather than anything.
That's on your problem.
And that's how RPGs work in general. Like even since like the days of D&D, you fucked up, you had to make a new character. Especially since there was no D&D is designed in a way that there's no respawns, there's no way for your character to just come back from the dead. And it wouldn't make sense story-wise, so you'd have to make a new character from scratch. That's how those games were.
There wasn't too much balancing issues. There was like a couple at the start. Like, example, Skeleton... Yeah, I'm a big Necromancer fan, so of course I'm going to keep referencing him. The Skeletons were piss-fucking weak, but they updated it so they reduced the number size to better frame rate, but it also buffed the army so much that it's actually viable. So it did get worked on throughout the years that it still got development after its release. It's just, that's the only thing I can think of is little nickels of balancing issues that could have been still addressed, but that's it. But now we got Made in XL if we want to do that, plus all the new skills they add that they're working on. So, fucking hell. Even better.
I know, man. It's really suspicious.
Let's continue this.
What?
I
Like,
say put him in the
Why
airlock.
would you?
Put him in the airlock
Why
and
would
fire
you
him out.
say that? Why would you say that? It's just so sus.
Sus.
we're gonna
Big
find
stuff.
out really soon.
No, it's
sensible.
gonna be like in
Respect.
20
now
minutes.
We've set the
Like,
base, and if you're sitting there thinking, "Hey, Bash, this is boring," I promise I'm going somewhere. And with that,
I know where you're going, bro. Diablo 3 is
Diablo
fun, and
2. Diablo 2 had a rough development, a delayed launch, and allegedly enough back and forth between Blizzard North and their parent company over story elements and things that each team thought the other was screwing up the game. It was one of the most significant and successful releases in PC gaming history. It's worth critique for that reason, but also because Diablo 2 is the focal point of seemingly any critique leveled at Diablo 3. I don't want to poison the well,
Yes.
however, so
Yes.
let's just stick
Do
to the
it,
second
bro.
game for now. Diablo 2 fans seem to be outnumbered these days by a wide margin, but the core fans are incredibly
fuck off.
dedicated, and Diablo
Oh, it's outnumbered. Well, no shit. Free's more mainstream, you dickhead. It also released on console. That's not a fucking argument.
Yeah, that's also. Oh my god.
I mean, fucking Blizzard themselves on Battle.net fucking don't have Diablo 2 on the main page. You have to fucking find it in the store.
Also,
Shut
here's the thing. Do you know what? Do you know why it originally sold 20 million units? Because people loved the fuck out of Diablo 2. So of course
That as well.
Of course they'd be spreading like the good word about like, oh dude, Diablo 2 was so good. I can't wait for Diablo 3.
And on top of this, the internet was how popular by the time Diablo 3 was released?
Diablo
Very
3 was like
Compared to when
2012,
fucking Diablo 2
2013.
Diablo 2 existed when the internet wasn't at its, what it is now. 2013 was closer. Of course, it's going to get a lot of word of mouth as well. And because it's like, oh my god, the third fucking game. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be like 2, but better.
I just want to remind people, to around 2001, most people were still, especially like in the Philippines, they didn't really have enough money for DSL. At best, you would be using dial-up
oh yeah,
at that time. Like,
yeah.
I
That's
just had a bulky
only
ass
on
computer.
the
no
internet,
the only online thing.
yeah, the
That was a
internet
problem.
was most likely was far more developed in the US, especially since it started in the 80s and was especially in like available to the public in its early phases in the 80s.
I barely got to try the internet until 2013 when my mother got the internet in the house.
Like
And I
2000,
played Black Ops 2 a lot in multiplayer, so yeah, that was my
2001,
first
I still had
experience.
2001 I still had dial-up. Just for reference.
If
God damn. I didn't even had any form of internet to play online with things, so I never experienced the internet until like pretty
I
much
think-
the start of my teens.
Yeah, I think we got DSL like 2002 or 2003. I don't remember anymore. But yeah,
Did they actually finish their plans? Because I know Australia half-assed ours, so we didn't even get the full thing.
I don't know.
Fucking NBN, my ass. Lazy ass government.
I have no idea.
Think of it like they wanted to improve it drastically, but then they kind of went, fuck it. And then just didn't finish it and wasted money for like a service.
Oof. We should continue because like
Yeah.
and Diablo 2 still holds the crown of most
desert
critical
level.
success in the series. The game was a perfect storm of upgrades from the first game, at least on the surface, and those upgrades have carried it along for 20 years now.
A perfect upgrades, but at least on the surface. I'm sorry, can you?
I think he's gonna
Elaborate.
explain it, but it's kind of suspicious. Like, what does he mean by it? Kind of like, huh?
Alright, boys, I think he's the imposter. We're gonna be voting him out.
It's like I'm sorry, you're gonna be launched into space very soon.
Now. The differences are with character select, a full array of heroes to choose from with unique animations and, for the first time, uncommon classes. Necromancer, Sorceress, Paladin, Druid, Assassin, Amazon, and Barbarian. They were cool. Cooler than cool. They were Blizzard characters. And they had backgrounds, actual Diablo lore to back them up, and a host of deadly and downright beautifully pixelated abilities. They were the soul of the game. Characters leveled up, accruing attribute points as before, and while poor attribute point allocation could again ruin a character, a lot of players appreciate the breadth of customization available. Not that there's too much choice in attribute variety for the strongest builds, but I'll bang this drum later on when it counts. characters also had skill trees where you could invest points to unlock stronger abilities, stronger versions of already acquired abilities, and points in the same skill trees would often compound each other. Again, it made for unique character.
Just to elaborate with what he's mentioned about attributes, because he says he's going to elaborate, but from my experience with 2, I've never played the hardest difficulty, so I can't really say with the whole fucking maximizing a build and shit, but generally, they do matter. But what's going to matter later on is how you find the legendary gears that you farm for, if you're going for them, and more importantly, your skill setups.
Yeah.
So it became not like one where it's mandatory, because it focused more on the skills, it seems, with 2. Because I don't remember what one's like in terms of skill versus attributes, which was more important.
The thing is, though, an argument can be made. Yeah, there are very specific stats that are important. But that you're only going to really recognize that when you understand how the game works. And because actually, I'm gonna bring up Grim Dawn as an example, because in a lot of builds, physique, like if you really want survivability, or because the thing is, you don't really need. There was a time where you didn't really need as much cunning or spirit for damage, because you had like many other items that scaled damage for you much efficient. They scaled damage more efficiently than your stat points. So you wound up investing stat points in physique. That way, you could equip like high level heavy armor that provided you the affixes that you needed.
With 2, the only major thing that is a major focus is like strength and dexterity to equip certain gears, because as the game goes on, they require higher. So you start like, oh, you need 20 strength. Later on, you need 40, you need 65, you need 80.
Grim Dawn is kind of like that, where you only need to invest very few points into spirit or cunning to equip certain weapons or accessories. Everything else, you were inadvertently dumping into like physique. Although I do remember they updated the game recently where both cunning and spirit also increase HP. Although another factor is about physique though. It allows you to invest in defensive ability, in which in the game, defensive ability is a stat that allows you to avoid attacks. And depending on how much defensive ability you have, you can completely avoid critical attacks against opponents, against certain mobs.
Mind you, I haven't played a lot, so I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding, know some of the mechanics, because I barely fucking played it. I played like 20 minutes.
Basically,
get around to it.
Neutral Good kind of brings up a decent point. Usually in Titan Quest and Grim Dawn, you need to invest to wear gear rather than to improve damage. Yeah, basically that. Because I think the heavy armors in the game often require a lot of physique, and it's often the thing about the heavy armor is they also whatever affixes were in the game, the heavy armors could also get. So unless you were using the chest piece for like certain sets, then you were kind of better off just getting like farming a heavy armor that had like specific set, that had like specific affixes you were looking for.
Another thing, I'm just looking at the chat now because I finally got it going. Logan asked a question: how is poor attribute allocation bad? System Shock 2 did that as well. I don't know System Shock 2, so I can't say anything about it. But in Diablo 2, it's not as punishing because skills affect you harder. So if you've made a fuck up with your skills and you're just randomly doing shit, it's not gonna work out well. But attributes, yeah, not as punishing. You can make a bit of a fuck up with it, but most of the builds come down to get enough for strength or dexterity, depending on the kind of weapons you're going to use, depending on the character, and the rest get dumped into either strength for damage, vitality for health, mana for mana, because you fucking casting a lot of spells. So it wasn't as punishing. Plus, you get like 5 points every time, so you got enough to spread them around as well a little bit.
Grim Dawn is also like that because you tend to focus more on like skills and like, because the thing is, when you invest in masteries to get more skills, you eventually like you get stats from the masteries. So the masteries also help you already acquire the spirit and sometimes the cunning needed to equip certain gear. So it's also why I went back. Why it goes back to like you when you sometimes if you care more about survivability, especially, and you also want like the heavy armor, you care more about investing in physique more than anything else because you already have like the skills that deal damage, and then you have like the gear that also helps you deal more damage. But let's continue with what he has to say. Also, what's this? The making poor decisions. That's also kind of a necessity in games in general because you don't. Of course, you want the player to eventually succeed, but you also want to punish them for making like a mistake. You also want to punish their decision making because games, aside from like the interaction, they also test you in one way or another. Be it a competitive game or even a single player game, you're always going to be tested in a game no matter what.
It wants you to kind of it wants you to focus and pay attention. It doesn't want you to kind of be bored and just going all over the place. It wants you to kind of play the game, understand it more, learn it. It wants to invest you. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's continue.
It doesn't want you to kind of relaxy, go fucking whatever, and it works. It wants you to kind of it kind of wants to teach you. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you don't want to invest specifically in these and get a combo going because you have this kind of weaponry and power?
Right. So let's continue with what he has to say about Diablo 2.
Again, it made for unique character builds, but it's also fairly obvious what you should do with a character. Nothing sucks worse than not being able to kill a boss because your build is trash, because you threw points everywhere, right? Though thankfully a respec op.
Yeah. Oh shit! Wrong button. Wrong button.
What?
That's what he's gonna do now. What time is this? Around 13
12.
minutes? Yeah, around 13 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes 30 seconds.
I'm so bad at cooking stronger abilities, stronger versions of already acquired abilities, and points
further ahead.
Option is available.
No, what he's saying.
Extremely.
What he's saying now is that everyone's just gonna go for the optimal build. So Diablo 3 fix that for us, guys. I think that's what he's gonna do. No, let's hear him out. But that's the tone he's taking, right?
I'm gonna kill him.
Right? Am I right? Can't be. It seems like that, right?
I haven't actually finished the video myself because I ducked out the moment after the part where he was justifying like the lack of stats in Diablo 3. It's just go fuck yourself. It was hard to finish alone.
And another thing.
Sorry. That's his point. Guys, Blizzard helped us.
Fuck
Everyone
off.
can. Yeah, I think that's what he's going for with this. Sadly.
2, you don't even need to I already mentioned that highest difficulty. Yeah, you gotta specialize more. You don't have to fucking dig deep into it. You can branch a bit.
You also don't.
It's just if you want completely optimal, there are several builds that are optimal.
And the thing is,
so you don't have to even be stuck in 1 or 2. You have like fucking 5, 6 at times.
Here's the
each
thing.
character.
Here's the thing. If you go to you don't even need meta builds. If anything, I think if you go to like forums, especially I used to be active back in like the Grim Dawn forums, you'd be seeing builds that most people wouldn't really think of, or builds that are really unique. And it shows like how much creativity you can have in a game. I wouldn't be surprised if Diablo 2 is also like that. Where it's like,
yeah, Diablo's like that.
Yeah, once you understand how like the stats work, how the synergies work, it's like then you can get really creative. Especially if you find, I want to make a build based on this item. Because I'm also at that point with Last Epoch where I was like grinding with like my farming with like my Primalist, and I recently found this item where, it gives me these better stats when I'm transformed, but my Primalist isn't focused on transforming. So I eventually want to make a Primalist where he transforms into like a bear and shit like that. Because like, Yeah, because there's especially this bonus where, oh, the fur is white. So, oh, that sounds pretty neat. That sounds pretty interesting. I want to see what that looks like.
He's
So,
poisoning the well already, though.
yeah.
He's already doing it.
Emergency meeting coming soon.
Extremely restricted. Diablo 2 came fully loaded with cutscenes for a stronger visual narrative experience. They were interspersed between levels, and while your character often had nothing to do with them, they gave a peek into the events occurring in the world, because Diablo 2 had a world. The world was huge, 5 distinct environments with massive explorable areas, NPCs with various functions and personalities, 6 quests per act, as they were called, enemies tailored to the regions, locales with history, and a lot of procedurally generated dungeons, many entirely unnecessary to complete. A lot of the world building is skippable or discoverable, leading to many players praising the story for not being shoved down your throat. Sure, fair enough. I mean, you didn't even have to finish each of the act's objectives, only a number were actually mandatory. It had tons of content, tons of items to hunt for and grind towards, secret cow levels, a cube that let you combine items and rework item bonuses, and all kinds of things. One of the strongest expansions ever made for a video game. It was a killer game for the price. The backdrop was perfect too. The player character's goal is to hunt down the Dark Wanderer, the main character from the first game who now bears the soul of Diablo, forced eastward by the Lord of Terror's corruption, spreading evil, insanity, and destruction in his wake. Diablo 2 eases the player in with a dark camp and a familiar sounding tune.
Oh.
Right?
The opening moments are likely intended to bring the player back to the dark place Diablo 1 was set in. A character gives you a quest, and you're off to the brooding, expansive wilderness. The game was tough at times. I died more on normal mode of all things than I ever did in Diablo 1, but again, difficulty in Diablo rarely comes down to individual skill compared to something like Ninja Gaiden or Street Fighter. That said, playing MOBAs and other games—
Hold the fuck on. I need to pause here, because isn't decision making a skill?
Yes. You gotta decide how you want to build and how you're gonna approach everything. Because if you say fight a boss you never fight before, get a portal and get out and heal, you're gonna kind of go, well, he has this and this and this. What the fuck? I need something that can counteract it.
Like, you know why there are people who like roguelikes? Because there's a skill to completing roguelikes in one playthrough, because it tests your decision making. Yeah, build making is a skill because it's part of decision making. It's part of thinking about how you optimize your build and making it easier on your end as well. Because when you do it, because that's kind of why eventually like people are happy with like seeing, oh, their build just destroys everything, because then it's like they made it work.
Exactly. It's kind of part of RPGs in general, isn't it? For the most of them.
Yeah.
Decision making is a very important thing. So it is definitely a bit more input, especially since they're more focused on solo. It is kind of based on the individual level.
And the thing is, yeah, there's a bit of action, but that's not really the focus as compared to like the decision making in terms of like what skills you want, what stats you need, what gear is worth equipping.
Do you want the one that gives you extra health and lets you health regain, or do you want the one that gives a +2 skill to one of your skills that's going to benefit?
Because there are very few games like Dark Souls is capable of doing both, where it tests your decision making in both combat and in gear. So you also, and it's like, it's not my point is, what I'm trying to get at is, it's not fair to kind of just compare Diablo to like Ninja Gaiden, because action games like Ninja Gaiden, they tend to test you on different things.
No, I think the problem is he doesn't consider picking a proper character build a skill. Right? Yeah. He doesn't consider that part of the like that's why I think that's why he's so dismissive of it.
Yeah. It's very prominent how the way he discusses it. It's just the way he brings it up. It's just he does not see decision making as a skill, and it's like, as someone who decision making is a skill, especially as someone who has played fighting games. It's like you're making decisions much faster, but to dismiss decision making even in just these kinds of games, it's no, you can't just do that. But
Yeah, the
As
way
you can
he's
see,
talking
he's trying
about
to
it.
downplay. He's trying to downplay 2 because you can tell that he's giving so much praise to 1, but you can also know that it's not as relevant as 2. 1 has definitely got its following, but 2 has a fucking massive one.
yeah,
So he's trying to make a downplay so he can make 3 sound better. But he's doing it with points that just don't make sense. You can already see he's trying.
yeah, he's trying. He's like,
He's fucking trying.
let's continue.
Other games that teach the player kiting and positioning help immensely. Diablo is only truly difficult when your gear is bad and because of the fundamental design of encounters. The player character moves at a blinding pace compared to the absolute crawl of Diablo 1. In return, most enemies zip around as well. However,
Let's rewind a bit because there's a specific part he brought up. Let's see. Here. Is everyone at 1505?
Mm-hmm.
I died more on normal mode of all things than I ever did in Diablo 1. But again, difficulty in Diablo rarely comes down to individual skill compared to something like Ninja Gaiden or Street Fighter. That said, playing MOBAs and other games that teach the player kiting and positioning help immensely. Diablo is only truly difficult when your gear is bad and because of the fundamental design of encounters. The player
He said, Diablo 2 is only difficult because your gear is bad. Well, that's not completely what he said, but it's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of his position. Now,
could that be about something about decision making? Big thing. Big thing.
Yeah, first off, it is part of decision making. Second, there's also another thing he missed out because I remember watching like this. There was like a Diablo 2 speedrunner I checked out before, and he played a bit of Diablo 3, and he uploaded like a video where he was talking about like his thoughts on like Diablo 3 versus Diablo 2. And in his example where he showed, because one of the things he brought up was skills, your decision making skills don't really matter as much in Diablo 3 as compared to Diablo 2. And he proved this point by getting rid of his set item of the gear that he had on like his sorcerer and used the skills that he built. And he was able to show that investing in skill points in certain skills mattered more than like your gear. So already this is not true.
2 definitely made gear not as punishing as 1. Gear was more heavily focused on in 1, but in 2, they made it so it's still good to invest in it, but you don't need to fucking go hunt for the best optimal thing with the right stats to, get far. It's more of a bonus. You can still get by. But the only things that you critically should be getting is resistances. And they can come here and there, and many of them can come in rings and stuff. And charms, which go in your inventory box, but yeah.
And then you also had like that box, right? What was it? What was that cube called?
Cube. Fuck me, I had the name of it. Around the cube? I've actually forgotten. My brain's having a fucking skippy moment.
Let me Google that.
Let me find it. I'll find it.
Horaja
Cube. Cube.
Yeah, the Horaja Cube, which allowed you to put certain items in it, which then also improved your build.
Which most of it was going to be jewelry anyway, because you could get better stats out of them to put it on socketed items.
Yeah.
And those items, you can put those items together and get more sockets out of them, so you can further upgrade your weapons with specific runes and jewelry. And you can give them resistances on armor. So it's not hard to make your own. You just gotta get the parts, which aren't too difficult either. For me, I usually get a bunch of little ones that I can make bigger ones out of, and sometimes the bigger stuff to skip parts of it.
Now,
so you can get the resistances as well. That's the only real stat that would be important, but you can still kind of make it and get away with it.
Now let's continue.
Player character moves at a blinding pace compared to the absolute crawl of Diablo 1. In return, most enemies as well. However, unlike Diablo 1, the outdoors are mostly without choke points, and enemies are absolutely teeming from every corner of the map. Your only recourse is to wrangle the horde and hit them with wide-ranged attacks, guerrilla tactics, hunker down and beat them down, or run. And running is tough, you know, you move.
Not exactly.
Were there
You
stamina
can-
potions in the game?
Yes. Yeah, there was a stamina meter thing. You don't have to. You can, if you see a horde in front of you, especially on modern hardware, like, you can just go in, you can kind of bait them bit by bit.
Yeah, you can still rely on the same tactics.
You can
that
also
did on
outrun
Diablo
them.
1.
Yeah, you can also outrun them, come back, and you go, okay, there's a lot of them, so I'll slowly go and bait them. So even on older hardware, you still had tactics. As for the hordes, he's playing Necromancer, so firstly, where's your Bone Spear? Well, you got basically curses to slow them all down and make them fucking idiots. You got your Bone Tactics, which are piercing and can hit multiple people, and you got your army, which can distract multiple and leave you with less opponents to deal with at once. Or something like the fucking Sorcerer. Pretty much everything's an AoE. Or the Barbarian. You're meant to get in crowds and fuck them up with multiple hit attacks. They do give you these abilities. They don't strangle you with single hit targets often.
Yeah, and that's
They're
actually
just specialized part of the build, but everything else is usually multiple hits or something that can deal with multiple people.
And in that way, it explains why you have certain it explains why there are so much more enemies and there are less choke points. Because then you're expected to handle multiple it tests you how you handle multiple enemies. Or it's like, and the thing is, it's also by being an ARPG, you can pick your fights. You can choose to just ignore them completely and just try to go straight for your objective, or try to speedrun the game as quickly as possible.
Not a good idea in Diablo 2, because you would run past so many enemies, and the maps aren't exactly the most open. There's still going to be plenty of times where you're going to be forcing to make half of them chase you until they can't keep up with you. But that also means you need stamina, so there was a reason for the stamina. I don't think they wanted you to rush, and it was a bad idea to rush anyway. Unless you knew what you were doing, because you need the levels.
Sounds like there's a lot of balancing decisions to consider, which is why the stamina bar is justified for its existence.
Yes, because unlike 1 where you're kind of walking in mostly corridors, 2 you're mostly on the outdoors with dungeons like being a thing. Like there's definitely areas where you're going to be in like a castle or like an ancient ruin, like that spacing you saw earlier in the video. But they're not completely often, and there's still long hallways where you can sprint away and lose the enemy's way. But you're not going to be able to escape them. You're eventually going to have to man up and fight them. That's the same with the outdoors. There is space and you can go around, but you're going to keep running into enemies because they're spread apart. And you can't keep outrunning them because you'll eventually run out of said stamina. You don't want to, and that's not a very important stat to focus on anyway. So it's a bad idea to try to fucking become, play running in the 90s and get to the final boss. Plus, you can't even do that because you're gonna lack in the fucking skills department. Good fucking luck, even on normal.
I want to see how he treats Diablo 3, though. I'm really curious.
Yeah, so am I.
You move fast. Again, there are enemies everywhere, and you've only got so much stamina. Diablo 2 added a mostly unnecessary stamina bar that's offset by chugging a potion if you really need to. Run out, and you'll be reduced to a crawl until...
I'm sorry, I liked how we talked about like the reason why the stamina bar existed, and then he's like, unnecessary.
And did you notice how you're still walking at a reasonable pace against the enemies?
Yeah.
They still have melee. They can still miss if they fucking don't hit you. You can still have that happen time to time.
And again, you have many crowd control. You have ways to control the crowd.
You got I haven't played the druid often enough to think, but he has summons, he has storms. Fucking the assassin has many jutsu style. I don't know the specific name, so I do apologize for that, but jutsu style attacks, and many of them are going to be like sweeping kicks and shit like that.
Assassins also have traps. Like
That too.
Because
Paladin has auras to buff himself, so even if he's doing single target damage, he's going to be a fucking tanky cunt.
Yeah.
And Amazon has spears and bow tactics. You can throw both of them. Or you can use it as
when 3
melee.
came out and everyone I knew that was a big Diablo fan was just down on the game pretty hard.
Oh, the art. Very cartoony and very stupid. It does not work for Diablo.
Let's continue.
Tonight, stop working.
Whom's to be in the background?
Oh, that was my sister. Yeah, that was my sister. She's tired.
Weekend warriorist.
Yeah. Anyway,
let's continue.
Narinig ka nila. I told her they heard you. She heard.
Let's continue.
I was just trying
until
to
you wait it out.
Yeah,
It didn't need
it's
to
fine.
exist and cause too many close calls along the way, to be honest. I get that the intention is to bog the player down enough that they have to actually fight, explore, and appreciate the levels, but frankly...
So you're basically saying why it exists and why it is justified, not an unnecessary, as you say. You fucking destroyed your own argument. You basically turned your own argument about why into why it was there in the first place.
Let's see how he
Great job.
Let's see how he justifies it.
The environment is boring and repetitive, and you kill so much in the first act. I think you may indeed take a bigger chunk out of Hell's forces than the entirety of the first game. It'd be fine if environments were smaller, but they're all fairly large. Trying to find a new area amounts to hugging a wall and opening the map.
He's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to find a problem.
To be fair, the map thing, yeah, you didn't know. I always like to explore every inch of it, so you always kind of run up against the wall. He's not wrong.
Yeah, but it's such a small problem.
It's such a small thing, yeah.
The thing is,
I would say it's a nitpick.
Yeah, and
it's
also,
a nitpick. He also...
Can I
Sorry,
also ask? I don't think the game. I'm not sure if the game had quest markers, but did the game ever like describe like where exactly to go when
it was linear
talking to you?
for the most part?
Yeah, it's pretty linear.
Think of it as segmented open boxes. Like I don't know the term for it. God of War did it too, where it had like you had A and B, but you had like the space in between. You can have a little look around it.
Oof. Just oh my god.
There was always going to be an A and B. It never needed a quest marker, and if you were ever confused, the game kind of outright told you, you know, where in dialogue. So it wasn't hard. It was always A and B. The only one that would have been a little bit helpful, but like I said, this is more because Act 3 is Act 3. Too many large hallway dead ends where they just kind of you go this long way and then it's just a dead end.
It kind of
the rest of the levels though have been fine.
It kind of had markers, but you need to be close to see them. Huh? I mean, that's fair. That's fair enough because it's like at least because it doesn't sound as open as he makes it to be. It's
not as open as it is, and there's always going to be. The most open is definitely 2, where he showcased the last mission area, where it's just this big area. But in every playthrough, it's always at the top. But they have to kind of show it anyway because of the way they structured the viewpoint of the camera. They can't have the buildings at the bottom.
Right.
But besides the point, they were always that section is always set in stone. You don't have to explore the bottom area. That's just because if you want to kill and get treasure.
Right. Let's
continue. The top area is the main objective. Yeah.
Right. Let's continue.
From cathedrals to caves all function like you'd expect, with high monster numbers, extremely cramped and dangerous. This game is not Diablo 3. Your character is merely your character. The Necromancer has no dash, no...
Your character is your character. What does that mean?
I have no fucking idea, and... Wait, did the Necromancer in 3 have a dash? The fuck? What? No, what? The fuck?
Okay. So the Necromancer was recently released as DLC in like I think it was like 2018. I think he still goes through
still
the
bought
same
it.
things that all the other classes have, where he needs sets in order to deal a lot of damage. And the thing is, everyone in Diablo 3 has some sort of mobility skill where it's like they all just move around really quickly.
Are you fucking serious? So they actually gave him. He wasn't meant to be fast. He was meant to be hoarding an army to the other army and going, "Fuck you, my army is better." At
Also,
least one of the builds. You don't have to, but you get the point.
Also, the thing is, Diablo 2, like many other Western RPGs at that time, especially fantasy, and in this case a dark fantasy RPG, were based on like classes that D&D had. So of course you're not going to see like a necromancer move around with the fucking Naruto run.
I would pay for a parody of that just to happen, where it's a parody of every character like that of D&D.
Oh my god.
Now that would be funny. Fucking Naruto running necromancer that can't summon skeletons.
It's a weird argument.
Say again?
No
Weekend?
It's such a weird argument.
There's something wrong with your mic.
Really? It's such a weird argument. Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're further away from the mic.
Yeah, okay, I was further away.
Alright.
It was such a weird argument.
Yeah.
It's just I don't understand. And it's like, reminder, this game came out in 2001. So it's not going to have the same objectives or standards as Diablo 3 had. And if anything, well, actually, if anything, it was really Diablo 3 is really lackluster the more I think about it. But let's continue on first, because
ability rounded with no mana, you're dead, at least early on. So the game's harder than the first, but it only feels like that because of Swarm.
Early on. Not exactly, again.
also you died because you have no mana. That's RPGs in general, where if you don't have enough resource for your abilities, you're kind of fucked.
Also,
Almost
you
like-
can buy
almost
mana
like-
potions, and they're cheap as fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's almost like it's your fault for not being prepared, for not having like for not managing your resources properly. Almost like as if skill making was a decision.
There's two easy ways to circumvent low mana. Attributes in the mana one, I actually forgot what it was called because I don't remember the wordings, I just remember where it is. I work off the image, not the name, but you get the point. You got your attribute that you can dump points into, and you can buy the fucking potions really cheaply.
Better gear.
You sell like you sell an armor for 500. You could buy like four of them because they cost like 90.
Also, ERB brings up a good point about Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn builds have so much versatility, 2 classes and not a lot of points, so you have to really commit to what you make. And it's like you can respec in Grim Dawn, even mastery points, but the more you invest, the more you respec, the more expensive it becomes. So you have to make it count.
The only thing with Diablo 2, I would kind of hoped it was like that as well, because you only got a one and done respect, if I'm not mistaken. So you had to really make sure.
And yeah,
that's about it.
And that's the thing though, Logan. Diablo 3 had like had a god awful launch, and it's like because of that, it really just, even with like the expansion, and even if it somehow just became magically better, it just it's kind of like the Xbox One, where it's like the first impressions affected the sales so badly, or affected like
even with the updates,
perspective.
Yeah.
It just tarnished it forever.
Not even that. It's regardless, the way they designed the game, fundamentally, it's still a streamlined, weaker ass version of 2. I mean, they have like 20 difficulties because the fucking armors and shit alone just got out of hand to the point it's like, oh, lol, damage numbers, lol.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't know how. It's very clear in like what's this, with the Blizzard South or Blizzard Irvine, that they don't know how to balance.
No, they don't.
In 2, yeah, there was obviously going to be shit that was better, but it's like, weren't going to be fucking necessary for most of the time. Only like probably the highest difficulty, because again, at that point, it would probably expect you to be like, well, you're pretty good at the game. I imagine you can handle yourself and make a really good build that destroys everything.
And the thing is, if you know what you're doing, even if there are clearly the best builds, if you can make whatever you want and still get by with the content, I'd say there's a pretty decent amount of build diversity. Especially like if you can make whatever you want and you can still do a passable job of clearing endgame content. I'd say there's pretty decent amount of build diversity. Grim Dawn is like that. Where
in Diablo 2, like, you got the sorcerer, you can do three things if you wanted to keep it simple: fire, ice, or lightning. Or you can mix it up with a bit of both, like, say, some fire, lots of lightning, some ice, lots of fire. Slow them down, hit them hard with flame attacks, or hit the crown and get a lot of damage going, and then finish them off with chain lightning attacks.
Yeah, and the thing was, you can also design. And from what I remember hearing about like Diablo 2, because your build will sometimes have certain weaknesses. Some people plan builds, have like specific builds to farm specific items. So there's always that. There's like there are reasons to have characters. Oh yeah, Logan, Path of Exile outclasses Diablo 3, especially by now with like how the way that skills work, the variety that you can have, the customizability. Although I do have to say it's kind of like what's this? I don't know. I eventually just phased out of like got a bit bored with like Diablo 2 with Path of Exile. Although I don't know if I ever it was just because I got bored of ARPGs in general a bit and also was spending more time with fighting games. But besides
if you ever get a chance, try to beat 2 at least once and then see if you would ever go back to it to see if it's your thing.
Yeah. Because I think that would actually be a thing if I'd actually have to find out if Diablo 2 is more of my thing or not.
It's definitely more my thing compared to Diablo 3 and some other ARPGs that I have tried. It's just, I don't know, it's something about it.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I've been recently playing a lot of Last Epoch, and I'm really loving the crafting system. The crafting system is my favorite part about the game because there's so much you can do with it. And it offers so much customizability along with risk and reward and decision making. It's just it's just things to think about.
Yeah.
Because of swarming. So let's talk about atmosphere. The last game was king of atmosphere. Players talking about what they hate about Diablo 3 talk about atmosphere. So what's Diablo 2 got? A dark and spooky wilderness leading to a cathedral. Okay, good. A desert. Skip that one. A tiki jungle, like too light notches too dark. Okay, fair enough. The wasteland leading to hell. Good.
Hold on.
Diablo 3 has a desert too. I don't know how he's gonna defend that.
Diablo 3 has arguably a worser desert.
No. I think what he's going at. I think what he's going at is, I think he's trying to go for a hypocrisy angle. Because I haven't finished the video, but I think he's trying to go for a hypocrisy angle. It's like, oh, if you hate the desert in Diablo 3, then how come you don't hate the desert in Diablo 2? First off, there are. Well, I haven't played Diablo 2.
Because the art style isn't fucking cartoony like a fucking children's shit, thanks.
Yeah, also, the thing is, you can have something that is bright, but also creepy. It's how you build the atmosphere, and how you build your world.
That's probably why the desert level in 2 didn't do as well, but that could have been like what you mentioned, the engine limitations.
Yeah.
And also, that's probably why it wasn't considered as good as the rest of the levels in terms of atmosphere.
But like, remember how Weekend brought up like that castle in the desert area that you explore? He talked
castle in the town, believe it or not, but yeah.
Yeah. You were talking about how it was like really creepy, right? So there's something.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yes.
So with how it was designed, with how the world was built, there's always something about the environment that makes it creepy, that makes it lasting. Because it's
Hmm.
because the thing is, it's like you don't always need darkness for something to be creepy. Like even Soma can get away with like, you know how like there's a part in like Soma. I haven't played Soma much, but you know there's a part in Soma where you explore the sea, right? The sea
Yeah.
in of itself isn't exactly dark, but because it's so vast and it's so you don't know what exactly lies ahead, it brings out like this aspect of you don't know what's going to happen. So of course you're going to feel tense. You're going to feel scared. And
With
Mahler
sorry, go.
brings that up with like in like his Soma video, his Soma versus Amnesia video.
Let's just listen to his argument about free. I think his argument for this part is Diablo 2 was good, but it's not that great, guys. Then he'll really suck the dick of Diablo 3.
Oh
And
my,
then we'll
That's what
hit the
oh my
he
god, I
American
said.
love.
Yeah.
Oof. Logan's comment. Diablo is not a horror game. It is not scary.
Oh dear God, no.
The Joseph Anderson argument.
Cease. Cease.
Good.
I think-
And finally, the expansion zone, a wintry mountaintop. Huh. This game is an Indiana.
He just downplayed the fifth act. That was not even that bad, really. You're literally in an isolated mountaintop where it's not even bright, so you know that not only does that add to the atmosphere because that's just naturally what happens. It's cloudy as fuck. It's surrounded in snow.
And you're
It's
fighting
not even
demons.
bright snow.
You're
You're fighting demons. Half of it isn't even always covered in snow. And I haven't. It's been a while since I played that. Act 5 is the weakest I remember. Not in the game, just out of my memory is the weakest thing I remember because I remember the first 4 acts so much better than I do the fifth usually. But besides the point, even the levels in the fifth act are generally they're good atmosphere. They got that brightness, but not as bright kind of thing. You know, like they got the kind of like the desert, but it's not as bright. They more did a mix of what the other levels were, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And snow wasn't the main thing in all the spots either. There's like a few things like what he showed, but like when you leave the town, it's all just kind of a battlefield with a couple barbarians that are dead and some that are still alive trying to fight. So it's already looking like a grim outcome for the barbarians.
Yeah, and unless you don't do
Grim
anything
atmosphere.
unless you don't do anything about it, you're kind of fucked. The world is fucked, basically.
Yeah, at that point in the story, Bale, one of the top 3, is trying to take the World Stone to take the world, I guess you can say. And it's located where the barbarians live, the defenders of it.
Mount Arya.
In isolated mountaintops where the battlefield is like not always snow. It's more like ruined, like a battlefield for fuck's sake. Some trenches spots, some just to funnel you into points like a cave system, so that kind of thing, and other buildings as well. It nailed the atmosphere quite well, considering. I'm not describing it the best, but I find things hard to describe.
Yeah,
On
but
Free
let's continue this.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. It says a lot that you need to poison the well in order to prop up another. It's almost like it's just intellectually dishonest. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh god.
He's poisoning it pretty hard. He's not even doing drops. He's just pouring a bucket worth at a time.
Yeah, he's just pouring it down.
He's just throwing it straight in.
It's a it's a hose. He has a hose just all fired up into the well.
Yeah,
At like Mach 10 speeds.
Indiana Jones movie. Egyptian temples, tiki jungles, man, but with pixelated monsters. They might have been scary once upon a time, but in no way convey horror or fear. There's no creeping dread, no looming evil when you're blazing through a cathedral at 90 miles an hour and the swarms of demons are having a spastic...
Wait, he just said that... No, he just said that you walk slower in Diablo 2. What is he talking about now?
No, he did bring up that you can run, and it's much faster, but it reaches a point where you're only slowed down because of the stamina bar or something like that.
Not even that. He's even talking about in the dungeon. He's referring to even then being not as scary. It's like, you can't just fucking outrun half the dungeon, you dickhead. That is dishonest.
Yeah. No, that's and bullshit. You're supposed to like roam around the dungeon, get loot, level up.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're small enough where you can run around, and some of the rooms were a little bit big. But the only big rooms were like the boss rooms to give you enough room to breathe because they're big and shit. Otherwise, they're small enough. You can't outrun them. You have to kind of face them all the time. You're not going to be able to blaze through it. So he's bullshitting.
Yeah, it is dishonest.
Yeah, more the world is open than it is closed. That's definitely true. But it still funnels you enough to the point where you're gonna have no choice, but you're gonna keep running into enemies that will try to keep up with you. They don't have stamina bars. You do.
Yeah.
And you can't just stack up on stamina, because then you're not gonna be able to pick up items. And you can't just blaze through the game, not killing anything, and not getting XP, because you'll be fucked by the end of it. You will not be able to win.
Now, let's...
It encourages you to fight, and play the damn fucking game.
Yeah. And get better as you fight.
Yeah. So you're always, it's still slow, but it's not, but it gives you the ability to kind of go back and forth a bit better. It's more of a quality of life, if anything.
Spastic shit hemorrhage. Frankly, the fear in this game, the one that actively subverts the intended atmosphere, is panic. Panic controls everything. Panic that there's too many monsters. Panic when you open a door. Panic that you're...
Doesn't panic induce fear, though? Isn't panic an aspect of fear?
Yes. It's not as like big as English me. It's not like one of the bigger aspects of it, but it's like, yeah, panicking, it can get you a bit horrified depending on what it is. It just depends. Like if you're panicking about finding like, I don't know, some bill coming up, then yeah, that's probably not fear. That's probably like stress and shit. But like if it's like a fucking horrific thing chasing you and you're panicking, yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it? Yeah. So it depends kind of where, but the way he's English mate, can't English, ignore me. But with Diablo, because there's enemies in the atmosphere and all that, yeah, it's gonna have a little bit of that in it. But panicking, I wouldn't say is the main thing. That's only if you're like starting to get your ass kicked from like a boss or something. It's kind of like a good panic. Oh no, oh shit, he's close to killing me, but and all that.
And the thing is also, it's like, would anyone? I wouldn't be. Maybe not everyone would be scared, but I wouldn't be. Wouldn't it be kind of normal to kind of be intimidated in like your first playthrough at least? Because I'd imagine it, especially with like the environments, the mood that the world sets, the background music, and then just the whole demons themselves, how they're unpleasant.
Yeah, pretty much. It gives you that. Like, while, if you play it over and over, it's going to start losing. You kind of know what to expect. But it still has the atmosphere and all that, so you still kind of get in the mood of it. You still know what's, they're monsters and it's meant to have a horror aspect.
Yeah. And eventually what you end up, if the more you keep playing Diablo, the more, or ARPGs in general, the more you get hooked towards the decision making that you have, the options that you have.
When you're introduced, that becomes a main attraction. But later on, the main attraction changes.
Yeah, it's also kind of like one and done. It's also kind of like that. It can be like that with Dark Souls, where it's like, oh, people are saying that it's hard. Let me try it out. But then it's like what gets, because Sejam was, I think, because I've been a bit more active in the FGC recently, and there's like this commentator streamer that I like to watch, Sejam, he recently picked up Dark Souls for the very first time because there's this other what's this commentator and streamer Majin Obama. He apparently took like 6 hours to eventually face the bell gargoyles and beat them.
Oh, that took a while.
Yeah, and then when like Sejam tried it out for the first time, it was like third. I think it was like half an hour to reach it, and then like a few minutes to beat them. But it was also like, if I remember right, there's another context to it. Also, was just Obama, Majin Obama was just like grinding, and it just trying to over level as far as high as he could. It's an interesting playstyle. I guess it's also just to milk out content out of it on stream. Because he was streaming it. it's an interesting stream. When you think about it, it's also an interesting streaming strategy for content.
Yeah. It works out quite well considering.
Yeah. And it's like, although Sejam got hooked to Dark Souls because it's like just the decision making you can make in the game, the way he was learning how enemies would fight you and how to use that against them. That shit. Because Sejam was also like the kind of guy who was also interested in roguelikes. He's interested in like card games. He's also interested in D&D. So he's the kind of person who's very interested in like his the decision making aspect of like playing. So yeah, let's continue on with what he has to say, especially since we need to.
One thing I did find is a comment on his video. Diablo 2 is god tier, best hack and slash RPG of all time. Diablo 3 is soulless.
Yeah, that's a pretty apt description.
Yeah, where's the lie?
Let's continue.
Your stamina bar is gonna run out and you'll have to chug a potion, but you didn't put it on your bar.
Why would you put the potion for stamina?
Panic is the only kind of fear
Who does
on the menu.
that?
Well, that and playing hardcore in the early 2000s on dial-up. Even the bosses, who have so much HP, need to be whittled away while you scurry out the room panicking at the thought of having to run back and waste more time. And panic isn't an option for a game like this, but when people talk about Diablo 2, they talk about brooding atmosphere and dread. And when I see this, and fucking this, and think they abandoned any hope for recapturing Diablo 1's atmosphere in Act 1 of the game, I wonder, genuinely, where those claims come from. And yet I think
Bitch, you used an exploding corpse attack and you're trying to say that's a bad thing? You don't even have to fucking use it, you dipshit.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
And that's bloody... It sounds bloody and it's exploding. It's an exploding fucking corpse.
Here's the thing.
In an old-ass game with a certain art style. Yeah, it's gonna look a little bit goofy. But it's not fucking 3 where they just went with a shit-tier art style for it.
And here's the thing. With Diablo 2, it's impossible to actually capture the same atmosphere that Diablo 1 had due to the nature of its story. So for what it did, it actually it had a decent enough like looming atmosphere, but it was not the same as Diablo 1's, and it can't be the same as Diablo 1's.
The way the scale and story of 2, you just couldn't. But even then, the parts he's doing, like the Tal Rasha tune where he's opening it, it doesn't play like a fucking tune. It builds it up, it shakes the room, it builds up this lightning-ish attack that just breaks the entrance through. And you're about to fight the boss of that room. You're kind of just going, what the hell am I to expect? Or if you're a player who's played it before, you're gonna be like, a test of challenge.
Multiplayer in Diablo 2 was kind of broken. You could go to the cow level from level 1 and get the gear that won't be obsolete until the end of the act. Oof.
Well, yeah, in multiplayer, because you can get carried by a level 99 on like normal difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, at least when I've been
That's
playing
for
a
all
lot.
games.
Yeah, it's really easy if you if you go straight to the multiplayer aspect. It's just personally, I've really just played the ARPGs more as like uh single player, especially since there was a time where I didn't really have good internet. And for the most part, these games tend to be primarily single player focused.
Multiplayer is the secondary component. Single player is its primary focus because it's built around that aspect.
Yeah, and it's very easy to tell what how the games were focused.
Exactly, and you can't control all of the multiplayer thing, even if they wanted to. There was always going to be that element of, hey, can you carry me to Cal level? I feel like doing this.
Because it's
But you can't carry
multiplayer.
all that shit in single player anyway.
Yeah, because it's
You can only keep
multiplayer.
it in that online character. You
And the
got your
thing
single player
is,
characters and your online ones. You couldn't mix them.
multiplayer by its very nature is uncontrollable because you're going to be meeting different kinds of people. So
Yep.
the way you interact with them will always change because that's how people are. People are just different.
Pretty much.
And yet I think it's worth discussing because it seems to me that most of the people who despise the third game are big online players and loved the social aspect, the ability to chat and trade and team up, the ability to PvP and compete on the ladder, and none of that stuff has anything to do with the atmosphere. Atmosphere is ruined in multiplayer by default. I've never heard of two people who could get into an online chat in Diablo and just appreciate the atmosphere of the game. It's goofs and gaffs with
You are if you're playing with your fucking friends. That's the thing. You meet
And
different
in
people
multiplayer,
in
there's always going to
multiplayer.
be an element of just goofy and dumb shit because everyone online acts a bit differently online than they do in single player.
Yeah.
And that's and here's the thing. You're always going to be meeting different players in general multiplayer games. But you always have the option of playing with your friends. And if you and your friends care a lot about story and shit, you're going to you'll possibly enjoy the atmosphere of Diablo 2 depending on how it is to your tastes.
Hmm.
It's just oh,
What a weird.
your friends, dude. At the very least, Diablo 2 presents itself as this dark gothic fantasy thing, but intention does not necessarily equal reality. The online aspect.
hold on. Let's go back to that part. Where he said intention goes back to reality.
Online aspect.
I like he's trying to use a Yeti as a thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find right now. Where's the fucking Yeti thing?
I think it's about to come up. Just play.
So,
Is every
I certainly didn't get into many online games with friends back.
hold on. Sorry. I think it was a bit much.
Try around there.
To Diablo 2's artistic qualities, its fundamental gameplay, what makes the thing tick.
Hold on. Maybe a little bit more earlier. Here we go. Let's try this.
The like, if your friends killed a boss, you'd have to run under the corpse and click his face.
Okay, wrong one.
I think you skipped ahead of it. Yeah, try there.
To be fair, at the very least, Diablo 2 presents itself as this dark gothic fantasy thing, but intention.
Hold on. Okay, this is clearly just graphics aging. This game came out in 2001.
Look at the backgrounds. Look how moody it is on ice walls. Look at the skeletons on the left. Look at you and your NPC ally. It's literally, yeah, the Yetis are so fun. But here's the thing. They're actually the same model as the ones you fight in the first act. They're just brown coated and don't have as much sticking out fur, if that makes sense.
Oh, guys, do you know in Diablo 3 we have so many different enemy varieties?
Bullshit.
No, that's what he's gonna do. That's where this is going.
If he fucking does that and he brings up the fucking imps in 2 because they can get those things that can get revived by the shaman. Well, it's like because there's like 4 different color variations of them, sure. Like, come on, in 3, bigger budget, bigger game. You think they could up the ante and add a bit of a nah? Fuck that. Fuck that noise.
Oh yeah, because the game, if I remember right, the game came out 2001. Diablo 1 came out about what was that?
1997 November, wasn't it?
Let me check. Let me check real quick. Diablo 1. Initial release date November 25, 1997.
I wasn't even born then.
Well, there's like a 4-year span. But even then, this is like 2001. And when you compare the technology from 2001 to like now, there is a huge jump between the gaps, between the years. So it's not.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not fair to compare, to make a comparison like that.
You can only do so much with certain limitations, so while comparing them, you kind of have to keep that in mind and present it, because you're going to run into sore thumbs like this. Well, yeah, it does kind of make it look goofier than it should be, but if it was made like even just a few years later with better technology, they could have probably made it look, blended in much better.
Because even if like the thing is, there's a gothic style to especially the first 2 Diablo games. Even if they aged, you can still appreciate the gothic style that it went for. And that's kind of what makes it, and that's kind of what makes another aspect of Diablo 2 where it doesn't really age much compared to like Diablo 3.
Yeah. Like, and the atmosphere is maintained throughout most of the thing as well. Again, for most people, the only time that atmosphere gets brought up as being weaker is the desert levels, and that's mostly the outside portions. And mind you, you're only outside like 50% of the time, maybe more if you're exploring. I mean, your first mission is to go into a cramped, damp sewer in the first one. The 4th is going into a ruin, like a catacombs kind of thing. Mission 5 is the castle. Mission 6 is checking Talrash's tomb. You're not always outside either. First act maintains its atmosphere brilliantly. 2 is pretty decent. 3 does it well. 4 does it excellent because the fucking hell itself.
Yeah, and you're already fighting Diablo at that point.
Yeah, you're basically at the endgame. At 5, isolated snowy battlefield mountain. That's pretty. You're already in the grim kind of you gotta save the world kind of part, which yeah, typical for the story. You kind of went there, but
and neutral good brings up a good point, and not to mention that music and dialogue support the whole dark gothic aesthetic.
He is true on that.
So, yeah,
and a lot of the dialogue really reinforces that, especially the music.
So
like even for the desert level, that fucking tune. Yeah, it still does its damn job.
So even if the graphics age, you can still immerse yourself and still be intimidated, horrified, because you also feel like, well, maybe not you, but you're playing your character who's also in this world. And immersion, I guess the level of immersion will be subjective, but it's like there's still those factors that help bring you into the world.
Pretty much.
So let's continue with what he has to say.
And does not necessarily equal reality. The online aspect of Diablo 2 made it a coming-of-age game for some. Many players' first big, mature online experience, replete with exploitation, griefing, hacking, the like. If you and your friends killed a boss, you'd have to run under the corpse and click as fast as possible to get anything. And this was at a time when players ran map hacks to avoid exploration, and auto pickup mods to snipe loot. It's absurd to think that the bulk of the Diablo 2 online core player base gave any thought or care to Diablo 2's artistic qualities, its fundamental gameplay. What makes the thing tick? It was a fun game at a mature rating to play with friends for.
I like he's trying to use the online aspect as a talking down point when the biggest focus of it was its single player.
Yeah, that's kind
That
of
reinforced not only the gameplay, but the fucking narrative and the fucking atmosphere.
Oh, you're going to love what he says about the single player aspect.
I'm gonna fucking kill.
You're going to love it. Trust
I'm gonna
me.
fucking lose it, aren't I?
Maybe.
For a long time. That's all it needed to be, and it's been truly fascinating watching the community turn on Blizzard for Diablo 3, but we'll go into that properly later. I think the critics of the game, who tend to be core online players, forget that many people did not have sufficient internet, or friends, or any wish to cooperate online and wanted to experience Diablo 2 by themselves. I certainly didn't get into many online games with friends back in the day because I was a casual, and because I didn't have much time to play. The single player mode highlights the flaws I've already discussed, but the game gets you into a kind of
Fuck you. The single player.
What?
But you mostly focused on like the single player brought. He said, let's repeat what he says. Actually, everyone at 2018
Yes.
weekend.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm with you guys. Don't worry.
who tend to be core online players forget that many people did not have sufficient internet, or friends, or any wish to cooperate online and wanted to experience Diablo 2 by themselves. I certainly didn't get into many online games with friends back in the day because I was a casual, and because I didn't have much time to play. The single player mode highlights the flaws I've already discussed, but the game gets you into a kind of flow. You go out, dungeon or wilderness, it doesn't matter. You use your abilities and get extremely satisfying death animations in return, and for as samey as the overworld can be, the dungeons are fairly varied. You chug.
You notice how he tries to use part of the online argument as a thing to highlight the quote-unquote single-player flaws? Either he's misplaced it so fucking horrendously, or he's trying to genuinely use that as a point and just poison the well yet again.
I think he does.
With the
Because
fucking
it's like
hose.
the thing is when you think about it, the story elements that he had with it and the environment and issues that he had with it, they are so far from like the multiplayer aspect that you have to scroll back very far just to get back to those elements, just to get back to the previous elements he was talking about. So yeah, he is poisoning the well further by placing the multiplayer aspect in between.
What? No way! What? He's a bad man? No way! What?
Sir, we found you poisoning the well. We see that you have a hose next to a bunch of bleach and rat poison next to it. Can you care to explain this?
Diablo 2 is not that good, guys. Diablo 2 is not that good.
Actually, this rat poisoning and bleach is needed for like my for the gender reveal party of my unborn child.
Are you sure it's not just really, really clear lemonade? It's only bleach if you treat it as bleach. It's totally subjective, guys.
You don't understand. I need the bleach and rat poison for like to get ready for my unborn child's gender reveal party. It's like
So dumb.
And the gender is kaboom.
It's more of like everyone just vomiting blood.
Just summon Satan at that point. Anyway.
You chug potions just like before, you town portal just like before, but now there's more abilities to contend with, so the game sees more hotkey action than a Diablo 1 warrior, at least. And it's kind of horrifying in a way that isn't panic. The horror of realizing you're enjoying the experience. And worse, realizing why. Diablo 2 is perhaps the first example of weaponized dopamine in a video game. It's funny in retrospect that fans would react so poorly to the Diablo phone game when all the way back in 2000, Diablo 2 was doing the same thing most abusive phone games do now, just without the gotcha mechanics. The game is a masterclass.
But that's the bad part of it, you dumbass. I'm sorry, that was a dumb statement.
The thing is, okay, here's the thing.
Wait, I just want to say this one, okay? The problem with gotcha games is not that it's addictive. It's that you have to pay to get to the next to get the next power up. That's the problem with gotcha games. It's not that it's addictive. I don't.
That's the
He
yeah
totally missed the point of gotcha.
yeah. It's just because there's quote unquote there's gambling in Diablo 2, but you're using in-game currency. You're not forced
Yeah.
to spend cash on more items.
Unironically, there is an actual gambler in the game that is completely unnecessary. You don't need it to do anything. It's just a nice, hey, I got a shit ton of money. Let's see if I can get a good ring out of this.
Yeah.
It's you don't need it. It's just there because it can be.
Yeah.
No, and I think
Fucking hell.
he's saying it's addictive when the problem with gacha is not only that it's addictive, it's that it actually costs more money. It's
The
so
same
I don't,
issue.
it's kind of ignorant.
Yeah, the same issue that people had with loot boxes. It's like power-ups that end up being addictive because they're similar to gambling, and there's the aspect of having to pay real life money.
Also, this is a mild thing in between. He's kind of rushing it all in between. You kind of just realize he very briefly talked about the hotkeys, but didn't really give it a start and finish. He kind of just went about it and then shot right next to the next point. His structure in this video is kind of, it's like writing an entire essay without the full stop anywhere.
Yeah.
Also, and he's mentioning it was horrifying, but in a good way. That doesn't seem to make sense.
It's like fill in the blanks. What do you think it
He
means,
pretty much
guys?
skipped over that after saying it. He kind of left it as mild as possible and then skipped to the next without any breath in between. So it looks like it's part of the same point to a degree. Well, at least from what I thought. But then it's like, no, it isn't. It's just the way he keeps fucking rapid firing these
Points. There's
Yeah.
not. It's impressive how much points he brought up without much substance to them.
Also, I would say the hotkeys are pretty easy to manage. You can set it to its default F1 to F8, but you can add more. So I do F1 to F12. And then you can and it goes up to 15. So, you can set it how you want, keybind wise.
Yeah. Keybinding
And you can organize it. So, like, you can have the first 4 be curses for, yes, I'm Necromancer again because I love the Necromancer. 5 and 6 be skeleton summoning. 8 to 12 being the, attacks and shit.
Oh, a bit off topic. Mango is asking you, Weekend Warrior, who's your favorite, speaking of gacha and weep shit, who's your favorite VTuber? Also, what's your take on
VTuber? Oh no.
Fucking simp boy, come on. Tell us
My favorite's Watame. She's the first VTuber I actually joined membership for. And she really
we lost the man to the simpery. We're gonna have to get the bonking machine.
Nah,
I think I'm good.
Also, he's also asking, what's your take on the nonsense cover core pulled? I think he's referring to like those two the nonsense that cover core pulled. I think he's talking about those VTubers who just mentioned Taiwan casually in a chat and they got like suspended for it.
Be consistent in what I said there. It's like they can't really do anything if they want to continue doing business in China because China has the one China policy, right? And they don't acknowledge Taiwan as an independent country. They acknowledge it as part of China. So even though they just read out the Google Analytics, that's not even them. There's Alice there. The Chinese aunties just want to shit on them.
Hold on. Let me just say the coldest take possible. Not a hot take, a cold take. Fuck China.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
So cold. Colder than Iceman. Colder than Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, it's just crazy stuff.
It's dumb.
Okay.
And it's not even crazy, it's dumb.
Yeah.
Hot take for China. Fuck China.
Spell sound effects, brutal death splatters and splorches, that little health potion bubble, the opening of a town portal, so ingrained from overuse, those beautiful clangs elicited by rearranging equipment, this game...
I'll have to give him this. The way he's done that while speaking, that is a very good way he's done that. I like that. The way he's kind of set it up where you hear the sound as soon as he's mentioned it. And the sound design in this game, he's definitely right. It's fucking great. Every little thing.
Yeah, even just like watching gameplay of this, it's like it's really interesting how detailed the sound is.
Yeah. Makes it a great game.
Sounds so good. Spells absolutely blaze out of your hand. Lightning is still my favorite lightning effect in video games, and it feels like each one delivers from cast to impact to provide maximum satisfaction. Corpse explosion.
He was trashing that
explosion. So much red paints the ground when you've
hold up. Wasn't he demonstrating that earlier?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you don't get to have it both ways, you cunt. And if you weren't describing the level very well then. So it's either he was trying to get away with being a dipshit with this, having it both ways, or he's trying to describe that level in the second act. That room with the hell, the space around it.
Oh,
but even then...
Sorry, just...
Like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, a bit off topic, Herb corrected me on like how his name was pronounced, so thanks for that. I'll make sure not to mess it up next time. So
cancel him. He got it wrong the first time.
Thanks for that.
He's wrong.
Thanks for the heads up, Herb. But yeah, let's continue.
Or band of fallen explode. So much goop slurps out of the stomach of these Mount Ariat demons. This game is a wonder to behold. Little shrines dot the land alongside chests and other interactable objects.
Can I just say how weird this is?
Enemies.
The same environments that he says are boring, he's now praising.
He's trying to have it both ways.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's actually really off-putting.
It's like he knows he likes the game, but he has to poison the fucking well so bad just to get 3 up there.
Yeah, this sound
because he has no way to prop it so well. Unless
this is kind of like how each bomber guy was really contrarian when defending like Dark Souls 2. Because it's like Harris would go out of his way to just defend the shit that DS2 had while dumping on DS1. And even just
for the same thing.
And even just for the same thing. And even just taking Matthew Matosis out of context, even though Matthew Matosis himself has admitted that he likes Demon Souls more than the Dark Souls games. Also, what's this? There's something. Oh, anyway, I thought stream was acting weird. Anyway, let's continue.
Looks fine to me.
Yeah, let's continue.
Wait. I'll just turn off something. You could just. I'll be back. You could. I get the gist of his quote unquote argument. Wait, I'll just go to the bathroom.
Critique and retrospective.
Yeah, critique.
My ass.
No, he just wants to say, I really love Diablo 3, guys. Stop bullying Diablo 3. I think that's his whole video.
No, then you get
Diablo 3 is actually good. Here's why.
Wait. Cad.
Yeah.
I love it. It's like, guys, stop bullying Diablo 3, and then there's just me kicks down the door. Someone say bullying Diablo 3. Let's go fucking do it.
Let's
bully the Diablo 3 guy kicks down the door. Whom summoned me?
Let's hear what he has to say.
So there's almost always something to click, something to break, and they're gone. It's only a few steps to find more. And did I mention
a few steps?
No, I think I forgot.
Few.
This is what I meant by weaponized dopamine. Loot explodes out of enemies. Gold, jewels, weapons and armor, magic.
You don't have to
A few steps. A few fucking steps. Very interesting wording after bitching about the stamina. About how it's so blazing fast paced.
Yeah.
And then praising something because it's all over the place and scattered.
Also,
kind of consistently.
You don't also need to pick up every fucking thing. I mean, you could out of curiosity, but then it's like you eventually just need to learn to realize, oh, like for example, that green helm, that's a set item. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna pick that up because it's a set item.
Green and yellow is like a must grab. Blue is like yeah, you can definitely find some use out of it, but generally whites and even hollowed out gray colors, you just kind of eventually skip because they become useless after a certain point because they're not as strong. But yeah.
So
He's got a good point. It's fun to see it explode out of the bodies and seeing what you get. That's a really nice little thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the sound really nails it a bit too.
Magical, unique, set piece, legendary, loot is ubiquitous and mostly useless. And that's the danger. Diablo 1 had nothing on this game for loot drops. You were lucky to get good stuff. Diablo 2 throws...
Can we repeat that? Did I just hear him say gear was useless?
No, I think he's gonna say
useless.
No, I get his point is that there's so much common shit, right? Common. I think what he's trying to say is this: there's too many items, but you're not gonna use all of them. And what he's gonna say is that, guys, the limited loot in Diablo 3 actually works to its advantage. I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to.
I really think that's what he's gonna do.
Christ.
Because the thing is, that's very common in ARPGs in general. It's like you eventually just have to learn. Oh, is this item worth picking up? Is this item not? Isle of Man is gonna kick Diablo 3. Also, why does he have a common I don't know if this is early game or not, but it's like
that's early game.
Okay, fair enough. But then it's like he has 2 magic items here. Why does he even need the common one? They're of the same.
To be fair though, before you go into that, because I know what you're gonna say, magic tends to drop very consistently as well, even as early on. They can drop pretty commonly.
Yeah, but early game is like, why not just go for the magic item rather than for the common item?
Yeah, generally, but you might, again, it's early on, so you want the gold, so I can imagine that. So I'll give him the benefit there. It's good to you want to get some gold started, because you never know. You might need an extra potion or two or a repair, because you do have to repair armor. So
right.
I'll give it the benefit. This is literally the cave in the first fucking mission, so I'll give him the benefit on that one.
Okay, fair enough. So let's see. Let's see what else he has to say.
If it was like Act 3,
it's like it was built from the ground up to be a multiplayer game, regardless of the atmospheric cost. Elsewise, all that trash is getting vendored, and that's fine. More gold to build up for repairs when you die or for gambling, which sucks, but hey, gambling! Oh shit, this really is sounding like a phone game. For what it's
Fuck, well, shut the fuck you goddamn cunt. No,
that is so different. No way.
It is
no way. Is he? No
you
way.
You have to fucking use it. It is literally just there to be there.
No, and gambling. No, and the argument is so dumb. The gambling in the game is different from gambling in real life.
Exactly.
I can't believe he really is using that argument, right?
He's pushing it so fucking hard when it's such an obvious lie and such a dishonest fucking take.
And the thing is, Diablo 2 has no in-game way of making little Timmy want to access his parents' credit card.
Oh, I just realized. How the fuck is he gonna justify the launch of 3 with its auction house? He's gonna fucking try to justify that.
Oh god.
$10.
Shit.
You're right.
Shit.
He's gonna try to justify
auction house. Oh,
he's gonna try to. If he doesn't justify that, how the fuck is he gonna? He's gonna lose no matter what with that argument. Because if he fucking bitches on auction house, but then with 2, it's like 3 was arguably 10 million times worse, and 2 was an in-game option. His argument would fall flat. But if he defends the other, he's going to be a fucking idiot from it.
I love this. The casino in Pokemon Silver made me a gambling addict.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, don't you see it's the same?
Oh god.
Me watching Big Smoke order a big meal made me a fat person in real life.
Oh god. It's just, oh no, when I had to get like that item in Pokemon Red and Green in order to get like the goggles in order to see ghosts, it made me a gambling addict in the process.
Dumb.
just
It's worth. The gambling almost never works out how you'd like, but early on it's decent. Gold is much better hoarded for repairs, town portal costs, and yes, health and mana potions you'll be sucking back in a quantity fit to rival the ocean. It's not a terrible gold sink. Gold was pretty bad online because the Stone of Jordan and hacking made the economy horrible. I guess my...
Yeah, hacking is an issue. That's not how... Also, just for context, the Stone of Jordan, I'm pretty sure, is a harder item to get, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the whole economy with 2, because again, I'm more single-player focused than I was online with 2. But the Stone of Jordan became part of the economy very quickly for how you're supposed to get it. It was a decently strong item, if I'm not mistaken.
If I
remember, you had to kind of earn. It became like like somebody decided, let's print a $1,000 bill, if that makes sense. It just became the economy. So yeah, hacking is an issue, but
it's not as bad as it is.
Yeah, it still fucking works for the most part, at least from what I've seen.
And the thing is,
again, I'm limited on that again.
And the thing is like, Stone of Jordan, if I remember right, doesn't Stone of Jordan, because I looked it up in like Diablo 2 wiki, doesn't it provide like +1 to all skills? I remember right.
Something like that. Let me double check. Stone of Jordan.
Let me also check.
Stone of Jordan.
Stone of Jordan Diablo 2. Here we go.
+1 to all skills, +25% mana, +1 to 12 lightning damage, +20 mana.
Damn, that's pretty decent. That's flat damage, isn't it? So it gets added to your weapons.
Yes.
Huh. Okay, so if anyone who's wondering why I understood the implications of that, because the thing is, I may not have played Diablo 2, but it's like Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, Path of Exile, especially since they wanted to be like spiritual successors to Diablo 2. They kind of work similar to Diablo 2, or Diablo 2 is pretty much the blueprint of all succeeding ARPGs that provide, in which many of these successors tried to emulate and even expand upon what Diablo 2 had to offer.
Oh,
so, yeah, it's pretty much it's kind of I wouldn't say that not everything is translatable, but there's a fair amount of content that's just that you can understand once you get the hang of these games.
Can we just go to the part where he talks about Diablo 3? Because it's just frustrating.
Here's the interesting thing, by the way.
Yeah.
If you read the trivia, it talks about like the currency that was used in 2. Do you want me to read it out a bit quickly?
Yeah, sure.
I think it's
before patch 1.09, the ring was a popular form of currency. It was rare enough to be of value and small enough to be portable, so several rings could be easily traded for a high-end item. It was also easy to duplicate, so at one point the ring not only deprecated the value to near worthlessness, it also tended to vanish when the server scanned an existing character for duplicates. Again, before a certain patch, because the latest is 1.13v.
Mm-hmm.
So that was still during some of its life cycle. Blizzard patched that duplication method and devised the methods mentioned above to clean up the remaining rings. By that time, however, not only had newer duping methods been developed, high runes, basically like the jewelry, but different.
And for especially to be used on Harajuku cubes.
Yeah, to get the next one up, became the new currency, and until 1.12 also ran the danger of vanishing as soon as joining the next game. The Uber Diablo event was added as a means to spend the Stone of Jordan rings for a valuable quest. You can see that they still mattered in the currency, and they still do regardless for trading, at least from what I've seen.
Especially if you want to clear the Uber Diablo event.
And because of like in the first lines, because of the value, and it was small enough to be portable, those still ring true for the Stone of Jordan. They didn't really get changed. They just patched up the duplication methods, so they actually gained their value back more than anything.
Yeah, and look at this. Required level 29, and there's apparently no
you would already be like halfway through the level system at that point.
And
you will always be able to.
And it's like no stat requirements. Why not just equip it?
I mean, because you can get more and more and use them. It just became a currency.
Yeah,
because of
but
the gold value.
yeah. I mean, but it's like when you're leveling, and it's like you're getting a bit more into the game. That sounds like a decent like leveling item at least.
Oh, it's a very strong item if you get it, but it's also rare enough, so you kind of have to go out of your way if you want it. But you also got wands in the game that you can outright just buy, where it gives you 1 to all stats or something, like a sorcerer's staff or a necromancer's wand or a paladin's sword. You still have those. They're not as often either, but you can do it with them as well. You can pair it with the Stone of Jordan as well. So
Oh,
imagine that, 2
it's
to
also
everything.
apparently a Haraja cube can be used in Haraja cube recipes. So then you have
Wait, what?
yeah, in like
Oh
the
my god, I
wiki.
forgot about that. I have to find it. Yeah, I think you're right. I actually
It
might have
is
forgotten about
here.
that.
It is also used as a regent for some Horadric cube recipes. Let's actually see, but
Well, you can see that the value of it is pretty fucking good.
let's see if I can find it. Stone of Jordan. Here. One recipe. So there are several recipes I found. Well, a couple at least. 3 perfect skulls plus the rare item and the Stone of Jordan allows you to add a socket to that rare item. Or one perfect skull and 1 rare item and the Stone of Jordan will improve the quality of that rare item.
They had value.
Yeah.
Adding a socket to use a thing is a big thing later on.
Oh,
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
some items.
Yeah,
so
because
a rare item for a big boost to your weaponry? No shit, they're gonna have their value. There's like it's always gonna be valuable. They just fixed the fucking dupe methods, which just gave it back its value.
yeah.
Yes, my main trouble with Diablo 2's design is the extreme swinginess of the entire construct. It's either I'm surrounded and terrified and underprepared and going to die, or lol JK, I'm a fucking god. Piss off, demons.
It's the same argument in 1.
Yeah.
He just made the same argument in 1.
Also, notice how he ran in on purpose to be a dumbass.
Yeah.
Again.
The thing is, he was using a necromancer. You had boat spear. Why were you so up close?
And you have curses. Slow them down, make them weaker, make them do less damage, make them take damage if they hit you, make them fucking fight each other, make them run away, make their vision shit. You got every bone spell, you got bone wall, you got bone prison, you got your skeleton army, you got the necromancer is literally sitting back laughing while they fuck themselves up. That's his entire fucking kit if I had to summarize it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Neutral good brings it up. I thought that is the point of these games. That is the point of these games. They test your decision making. Yeah, it's not a valid point. What he's bringing up is like, ooh, you can get fucked up. It's bad. It's like at this rate, this is kind of why I wouldn't be surprised if he hates Dungeons and Dragons. If he hates roguelikes.
I kind of get what you're saying now, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't even acknowledge decision making as a skill.
Yeah, that's a big fucking stupid thing to consider when you're looking at JRPGs where decision making is a core aspect of the game.
Because like even in JRPGs, there is some sort of decision making to be had. Like, and especially like in the earlier Final Fantasies, they had different ways of tackling your decision making. It was like, for example, Final Fantasy VII. What it would make you decide, oh, do I want a certain character to have a fire spell? Do I want a certain character to have a support spell? And that kind of thing. Or let's see, Final Fantasy IX, they had fixed classes, but then depending on what gear you got, you could learn certain skills. And it's like, oh, do I want to still keep on equipping these items until I learn this skill? Or do I want to go straight for the next item for the stats? You had that shit to think of.
No, I think he knows it. I think he knows it. He's just being so facetious about it.
It's like saying
He's trying really hard to make Diablo 2 look bad.
it's like this. It's like not acknowledging fast reaction times and mastering them in a Call of Duty game. It's just like a bad thing. It's like, that's a core aspect of a game, right? Or fucking D&D, where you like being creative is a main aspect of it. It's like downplaying it so hard of a big aspect of the game. It's so annoying.
Yeah, it's odd.
No, I think he's being like, he knows it. Like, he knows the problems. He's just choosing not to acknowledge them.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think.
Let's continue.
It's either I'm wandering in the wilderness for 10 minutes without finding anything, or I went
shut
exactly
up.
where I
You
needed.
fucking idiot.
But you said earlier that that monsters
Blazing
were overwhelming.
fucking speed, you fucking
And
fuck.
you also said that monsters were overwhelming the area. So which one is it?
You can't have both ways, you dipshit. Pick one or the other. Holy shit!
It's so weird.
He is so stepping over himself to try to make every possible chance to take a stab.
To in seconds. It's either I found no gear for 3 acts to upgrade any of my stuff, or I got consistent helpful upgrades along the way. And you're either dead in a few hits or outlasting the Lord of Terror himself. All because of a few glass bottles and some paper. So Diablo
how is this different from Diablo 3? I gotta ask that, because
besides the fact the potion's on a cooldown and you can't just spam it, but everything's weaker anyway, and you generally get overpowered gear more consistently often.
You also have ways to maintain your life and your resources.
It also gives you no fucking variety and skill, so you can't make any fuck ups anyway.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's very streamlined. It's very casual.
And I fucking hate how streamlined it is.
Just honestly, just playing Grim Dawn made me realize, I like how my decision making is tested. It's like you don't get that with Diablo 3.
Not at all. It's literally just, you found better armor. Yeah.
Plug the footage of Diablo 3 then where the characters move at the speed of a motorcycle. Yeah, because almost everyone has like some sort of mobility skill.
Oh, fucking hell. Watch him as he tries to justify it. Same environments too, mind you, with 3.
And hell difficulties to matter, to keep players going. Elsewise, everyone would have first run. And what better companions to keep you adventuring than your online friends? Artificially raising the difficulty while effectively lowering it. Most players probably found meaning in joining each other's quests, getting stronger, and starting over when they wanted a new character with more.
I think he's referring to the fact that in Diablo 2, the more players you had, the more difficult, of course, the stronger the enemies would be.
Scaling.
Now, in a way, the difficulty is increased, but then because you have party members, it's not exactly increased. So, I mean, which isn't really much of an issue.
It is increased if you're all starting at the same kind of point in scratching, but it's going to diminish quickly as soon as someone is always 5 levels above you, or 10, or 20, or 90.
Yeah.
More awesome skills. The game isn't bad, but it requires the online component to be even half as compelling as people remember it being. Without it, the extra difficulties
can you
are
shut
meaningless.
The fuck up?
Meaningless because collecting some JPEGs with higher numbers isn't, I don't know.
He literally just tried. He's
comparing it to gacha again. He's comparing it to the gacha again.
And did you notice how he's basically saying the online is a core aspect, when arguably it isn't?
And arguably, he said earlier that it's not.
And the thing is, it's like, it's not just the difference between like is like a big difference in Diablo 2, or at least the thing about Diablo 2, even with like these numbers, even if it's kind of just really reductive to just say numbers, because the thing is, those numbers mean something. Like the fact that you're investing in them, you're putting points, you're trying to get skills to synergize because it increases your damage by a certain amount. Those numbers mean something in the context of the game. And it's much the way that the Diablo 2 has handled its numbers tend to be much more effective, especially compared to 3.
And it's so like
Here in 3, we give you 1,000% boost,
Oof.
and then you can go up the extra difficulty that raises the health by 1,000.
Yeah.
Lol.
It's literally Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, speaking of, it's also like Dragon Ball because all the classes have like some sort of super saiyan skill.
I mean, the barbarian legitimately has a Super Saiyan skill.
It's just,
if I'm not mistaken.
It's just,
and it's just so it's such a metaphor for the whole game. Of it's just Dragon Ball Z, because I wouldn't use Dragon Ball only because that was kind of different than what the rest have become. But I do get what you're going with.
Yeah, let's.
I would say Z more so, because that's more
of living my best life. That's all. Now, the expansion, as I've said, was probably the best thing that Blizzard series. A full and fairly lengthy act, new enemies, 2 new playable classes, new gear. It was everything it needed to be and more. Mount Ariat's wilderness is claustrophobic with battlements and swarming demons.
He said it wasn't. He said that it's just a mountain in the early part of the video. What a...
Oh, yeah, and did you... Okay, now you can see what I was on about earlier, because I couldn't describe it well. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Look how much atmosphere is dripping from this already.
Look, it's just a mountain,
There are barbarians captured. There are barbarians captured.
It's just a mountain, bro. What are you talking about? It's just some mountains.
It's just a mountain with Yetis in it. It's just a mountain with Yetis in it. Check, man.
Yeah.
This is so frustrating.
Intricate. It generates a feeling
more
of tension,
intricate than
a final
the others.
battle on top of the world.
Wow.
Diablo 2 did a few things in atmosphere, tone, and mood.
It did a few things well in atmosphere. You downplayed half the fucking maps, you dipshit.
Yeah, it's.
He is so fucking doing it both ways the whole fucking time.
He's also backtracking to just cover his tracks. That way, people don't feel so bad when it's like when he gets to his Diablo 3 section. It's just oof.
He's only pissing me off more than anything. Oh, fucking pain.
See those mountains? Please. You can climb those. Wait, as in like these mountains here? Really? Logan brings up, see the mountains or something where you can climb them. Is he talking about like these, or is he talking about like as you explore the game?
Not sure what he means. You're technically climbing it to the world stone, but that's a linear path. Not specifically climbing. I'm a little bit lost on what he means, to be honest.
Anyway, let's continue.
Wait. The one right after it, neutral good. See this mountain? You can uninstall Blizzard Launcher on that mountain. I'm sorry, neutral, but my Call of Duty addiction. I need shooty bang bang game.
Point.
That's a meme. Yes, I know. Don't worry, dude. Anyway.
Mood that I can't used to multiplayer ruined it. The mood here is more epic than dreadful, however.
Did you cunt?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's like you just said like the single player issue. The single player aspect brings up the issues that I had earlier. It was like you inserted the multiplayer in between the issues that you had to cover your tracks.
Motherfucking god fucking damn it. God, he is so trying to have it both ways. He's trying to do the thing where as soon as people are like, your video, what the fuck is this? This has been happening. No, I still like the game. It's still good.
And
you know why just bash the shit out of it.
And you know
and
why
then you're trying to say you're not bashing it by saying, oh, it's fine. I'm only patting it.
You know
Fuck off.
You know why it's like that? because of the way the video is titled. The Complete Diablo Series Critique and Retrospective.
Critique my ass. Fucking having it both ways, it should be fucking titled.
Dreadful, however. Much more lighted areas, fairly epic designs, like something out of Lord of the Rings.
It's on a first. It's on a fucking mountain. What do you expect? And it's like the day, and it's like, of course, it's set during the day because you're trying to rush because there's no time left. You have to reach to the top of Mount Ariyat, otherwise, Bale will take over the fucking world or some shit. What do you want?
The World Stone is part of the world.
Yeah.
Let me double check how the World Stone works, so context-wise, I know it does something.
Like, what the fuck? What the fuck more do you want?
It has the power of creation and the birth of our eternal conflict from the high heavens to the burning hells. To control that power, basically it can control the fucking entire war.
Oh, so it sounds like time is of the essence, which is why in the mountain setting is set, which is why it's like it's set during the day and not like there's no time shifts and stuff like that.
A mountain-sized object of immense power set by both angels and demons that could be used to create sanctuary. Sanctuary is Earth, by the way, if you wanted to know.
Yeah. Or in this case, the world of Sanctuary. This was originally created by like demons and angels to get out to hide during the war. Something like that, right?
I'm pretty sure that's what's created in Sanctuary, but when it's destroyed, it doesn't destroy the world. It just makes it so. It's like it doesn't erase the creations in a sense. It's just like you can't use it to do more with it.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we continue?
Yep.
The Rings.
Oh, I'll let you do it.
Diablo had the potential to be more than a brooding, melancholic, dark fantasy, and I think this partly inspired what happened with Diablo 3. As a final
What?
Diablo 3 is great.
What?
No, Diablo 3 is good, actually.
I'm dying. It literally improved a fucking metric ton over 1. 3 streamlined all the fucking things and crumbled that fucking straight shirt back up. If I had to put an analogy or metaphor, whatever the fucking word is, I can't think anymore. This brain's giving me tumors.
Yeah, because
He literally went from ironing the shirt straight to look nice to fucking grabbing it and smacking it against the wall and wrapping it up in a ball and throwing it around.
Yeah, that's oof.
Sure, it's not like crinkled as fuck from being in the same spot all day, every day, and needed the ironing, but it's like you still fucking made it not neat. You still kind of just messed with it. Like, fucking hell. Ugh, pain. Let's continue.
As a final anecdote, my battle with Bale sucked. The final primeval, none of whom I've mentioned with the stories of secondary importance to these games, is exceedingly difficult for a quickly run, unoptimized necromancer with tons of points in corpse explosion and nothing to use as a bomb. Not even
Well, that's your problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Literally, all the boss fights are like that, you fucking idiot. Except for Diablo. That's the only exception.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, you can't. You actually can't. No, he doesn't have ads. That's right. You have to kill them all before. Or you try to lure them out. That's the only exception. Otherwise, everyone is in their own fucking room. Well, yeah, you got Andariel, but they keep getting in your way, and she's kind of a bigger... you can't have too many things distracting you with her. Because, she's got AoE attacks. You don't want to risk that by having ads.
This is what happens when you don't consider decision making as a skill, ladies and gentlemen.
Fucking Christ.
Then you have people downplaying the fact or claiming that the fact that you made a poor decision making is a bad thing in the game and it's the game's fault. This is a scrub mentality.
This is like a console peasant going to PC and then bitching about something they broke out of it, or getting a virus and blaming the computer.
It's just Ugh.
Fucking hell.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's
it's
this?
corpse explosion. It requires a corpse. You fought several bosses.
Hold on. He's neutral good brings up something. But if I'm not mistaken, you can blow up your summons. Skeletons in this case.
I have to double check that. I don't remember that being the case, but I'll have to double check that.
Corpse explosion. Diablo 2. What is...
I don't think that was a thing. But
Oh.
I mean, that
That's
could be
my
a...
Does
That's my
50%
conclusion.
physical damage and 50% fire damage. Monsters that are resistant to fire, the fire will take less damage, and same applies to monsters with physical resistance. Corpse explosion is a very useful skill for the necromancer. Since the damage automatically scales with the difficulty, higher level monsters means more hit points and more damage. This ensures that corpse explosion is always a viable skill to use no matter the situation. The benefit of putting points into the skill is the added range. The first point only gives a measly 2.6 yard radius, which can be hard to use effectively, and most monsters will probably be outside of the range of such an explosion in a battle. As more points are invested, either through hard points or through those of plus skill items, the range increases, and eventually it can get so large it effectively covers the entire screen, making it a deadly weapon. With just one corpse, the necromancer can use that corpse to kill other enemies, which in turn generates more corpses to explode. In most cases, 2 or 3 bodies are required to instantly wipe out any monster group. Let's actually look at like a skeleton, summon skeleton. Where are they? Summon spells. Here, raise skeleton. Let's see. I wonder if clay go, because there are also other like minions that the necromancer can summon. Clay golem, skeletal mage, blood golem, and iron golem, and a fire golem. I wonder if those things can also use.
You mean them using a corpse explosion, or do you mean
I mean
using
like
their bodies?
using their bodies.
Okay, I know 100% you can't use golems.
Okay.
They all get reduced to basically nothing, and I tried it before, and I know the golem one doesn't do it. And I know the iron one doesn't as well. Fire one I forget because I usually just run skeleton. The ghost one that I forgot the name of, which is to summon an enemy back to life for a certain time. But yeah, skeletons I still gotta check because that would actually be an interesting thing.
Yeah, actually, I would be curious about that.
But yeah, he's fought like for fuck's sake.
And the thing is, how can you attribute like bad decision making? A thing that you brought up that's mostly on you. How can you blame that on the game?
How did he? Here's what I find interesting, at least from what I'm aware, because it's been a while. Again, I don't remember Act 5 as much as I do Act 4 and all the others. But if I'm not mistaken, Bale is just a weaker version of Diablo with similar attacks, but just weaker.
Yeah.
Also, how is he having issues with Bale but not Diablo when you have to specifically somehow, and mind you, he got stuck in a corner and died and had to fight him in the thing before, if you notice that. You know how he got stuck in that one room and just got where he's next to the teleporter looking thing?
Yeah.
And he died pretty much from it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what happens. They're fast, they have knockback. So why would you keep them alive at all anyway?
I don't know.
So if you're fighting Diablo and you lure them, I'm more impressed you were able to spend that time and survive. Because generally, you'll be fighting him on his own.
Yeah. Let's continue.
And his attacks are quite dangerous. You cannot be risking too much already attacking you. You would rather focus on him, because he has an attack that can hit you no matter what. So you should be having potions ready, god damn it.
Yeah, let's continue with yes to say, because we're almost near the Diablo 3 part.
Even potions and portals could save me. I tried a few times before aborting the entire build, reassigning everything into bone spells and notably bone spear, and annihilated the Lord of Destruction. in a blink. It feels kind of cheap in
See
a
how
way.
this is
Fans
my
constantly
problem.
talk about
Kind of fucking cheap. It's like you actually used your fucking brain to figure out, oh, I don't have corpses. Let's use an attack that's actually going to work.
No, bro, thinking
idiot.
about the proper gameplay is too hard.
I am. I love how I played Necromancer the most, and the fact he's using Necromancer a lot as an example. I'm rigging so fucking bad at his thing. He's clearly doing a bone / corpse explosion build. He's focusing 99% into the fucking tree. He has not once used a curse to make the enemy weaker.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Because it's like, if you know that you have skills that reduce resistances, wouldn't you want that?
You can make them be weaker, slower. Sure, it doesn't affect the bosses as much, and I'm pretty sure there's only like 1 or 2 that don't outright do anything to them because, it would break the game, but otherwise, you can make them weaker.
Yeah.
And why would you use Corpse Explosion in
You know-
any situation where there's 1 or 2 enemies?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
By the time you fight Endariel, you kind of realize, yeah, I shouldn't be leaving enemies alive. They're going to be a distraction and a problem. Doriel, you don't even have minions to deal with. Fucking Mephisto, there's like 1 or 2, but they're really deadly, and you get rid of them first, and they're kind of out of the way of Mephisto's range, so you'd be running into them and dealing with them anyway, before you notice, if it was the first time.
Yeah.
And Diablo, it's better you got the ads who are in the way of summoning him. You would get rid of them, since they're a big threat anyway.
Yeah, it's just, this kind of just goes into like the decision making. It's like, you have to recognize what your main threat is. What do you prioritize, and then how do you take them out efficiently?
Seriously, if he's made it to Bale and then only complaining about corpse explosion, no, I'm calling bullshit. You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. You would have ran into the issue fucking from the get-go, but no, you fucking lying about it. Or, there's no way. He is actually lying. He's actually lying. There's no fucking way he would have only reached then and then go, wow, it's not working. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. That is pissing
Maybe
me
he's
off.
maybe he's that bad at the game.
I mean,
You
Bale
have to
Bale is
actively-
like the last boss in the expansion content. You have to clear the main campaign first, and then get to the expansion content.
You would have to
No.
actively be bashing your head on the wall to be this dumb enough to get to this
Hey.
point like that.
No, he's lying. No.
We can.
Hey,
Stop it.
What?
Stop
What?
it, please.
He's being in bad faith. Why would he do that? Why? It doesn't make sense. What?
Let's continue, because we're almost at the Diablo 3 part.
I'm dying.
choice and how it is to Diablo 2. But I think failure is the only choice for any non-expert, barring good luck or
Haha,
winning a
you're
guy.
not an expert.
Thanks for very clearly saying you're an idiot. We already know this.
I think I find comfort in that.
I ain't being nice to you. You actually pissing me off with how disingenuous you are, you fucking asshole. Ugh. I hate disingenuous shit so often. It's such a poisonous, dumb thing to do. Why do it?
Yeah.
Just try to do it in a subjective manner. For God's
Also,
sake, defend your damn game subjectively, and then no one would have had an issue.
But my game
Hey,
isn't bad.
fuck.
You're just not understanding how boring Diablo 2 is.
The fucking levels of reach and
it's like, guys, Diablo 2 is actually really bad. It's like,
and then the fans come up. Oh no! I didn't mean it like that. It's still a good atmosphere and good. But you just said it wasn't. No. The backpedaling, the fucking bullshitting. It's like, come on, stop trying to stab where it isn't needed. Idiot.
Let's continue, because we're almost at the Diablo 3 part.
I think, at the end, that Diablo 2 is a hard upgrade to Diablo 1 in every regard. The much lauded strength of the
You
early
just shit on
installments.
half the other
Diablo 2
things.
is the epitome of a game with a little something
Fuck.
for everyone. It's got online play,
Oh.
it's got a decent single player mode, it's beautiful at times. It's
But you just said what? You just said that the single player, that the single player had the issues that you brought up. How can you say that it's good? Oh my god.
It's a hard upgrade, and the only thing that didn't do so well was the atmosphere. He just shit on how much of it again?
God.
He is so full of it.
tons to do, and anyone can just jump in and go.
Actually, can I also add something? Because of the poor arguments, and then the tone of his voice ends up becoming grating at this point. That's also one of the reasons why I couldn't finish the video, because it reached the point where it got so grating.
Pretty much.
Because I usually don't care about someone's voice or accent. As long as the points are good, I'm willing to listen. But then it's like you have these bad points, and then because of the bad points, you also end up seeing the smaller flaws as well. It's kind of like with The Last Jedi. The main writing got really bad. So then when people started talking about praising the beautiful cinematography about it, people also started pointing out, oh shit, there's flaws in the choreography here, there's flaws in like some of the effects here, whatever. It's just This is why writing in this kind of content matters. Thinking about what you need to say, organizing your thoughts, it's all important.
Pretty much.
I don't think he even is arguing in good faith, from what you've told me.
Yeah, at this point, it's hard to imagine him arguing in good faith at this point.
Yeah.
That's a good place to be. Diablo 2 was fun mostly the entire way through, but it was an exhausting kind of fun. The kind that pumped so much dopamine into my brain that I think I may have burnt out in the final moments. But it's worth playing, and it's worth looking at today, especially in light of the next game.
Diablo 3 was initially started by Blizzard North before being cancelled, and while core fans lament the future that never was, maybe it's for the best. Diablo 3, as it ended up, is a smash hit, regardless of whether you like it or not, and Blizzard is paying.
Shut the fuck up. Just because sales don't equal quality. I know you're doing that argument without directly saying it. I've heard this too many times. Sales do not mean quality. You asshat. We already discussed as well why it got.
I don't know.
Literally.
I don't know, fam. Transformers is a masterpiece.
Yeah, obviously.
Hell. Yeah, and me taking a shit should be in a museum.
Yeah, exactly. You understand. You get it.
Well, then again, this generation is so fucking stupid. A banana on a wall can sell 100,000. So I don't know. Fucking kill me.
Yeah. Oh my god. I still remember that. It's just a silly story.
I had a look as well earlier this week. Earlier on, this is a little off topic, but it's related to the museum thing. Just how stupid people can be. I found out a Cheeto that apparently looked like Harambe sold for like nearly the same thing, 100,000 or something. A fucking Cheeto that barely looked like Harambe sold for that much.
Oh
apparently. And we just stumbled upon it randomly because we were dicking off during our break or whatever. And it's just like, what the fuck? Yeah. Maybe I should consider a shit.
Of early Diablo 4 reeks of dark fantasy. Something players felt like they lost with the third installment.
Holmes? Who's this we? Who's this we? We doesn't equal you, buddy. That's just you. Fucking Christ.
I mean, visually, Diablo 4 looks impressive, but it's like from the early skill trees that they leaked, it does not.
No, it's like you realize that 3 looked like a cartoony fucking fuckfest. I wonder why it looks so much darker and why they're trying so fucking hard to get their fans.
Also,
fuck, like his argument.
Also, this game isn't out yet, and people already have like lack of faith in Blizzard because of like
and that too.
Warcraft 3 Reforged, which is like
and that they got low faith at the moment. It'll be so hard, and the fact he's trying to do it like players wanted it. It's like, who the fuck is this we you're speaking of? How many people that love Diablo 1 and 2 actually like this besides you? I love the first and second game. I hate this one.
Yep, and also from what they showed of like what they teased of like the skill trees, or like the passive trees or whatever.
It looks like it's a slight improvement, but it still looks like a downgrade from 2.
Yeah, it's not impressive, especially compared to like what other games offer.
Yeah, you're competing with the modern market. You not only have to set up from 2, you have to step up from the others.
Yeah, you have to, because it's like they're dealing. Let's say, Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn offers what's this? Dual classing in the game, so you have more variety, and then especially with like they have 8 classes to choose from. So
Time Quest did that too.
Yeah,
you can mix between 2 trees.
Yeah, and then Path of Exile. You can. What's this? The classes don't really matter, but they affect how you start off in the tree. You can still use essentially the same skills, but then you also have to think about but then you have like the skill gems to make up for that. Last Epoch, what's this? Last Epoch is a bit more like Diablo, but the crafting system is very refined in the game. So there's a lot you have to compete with. It's not just like Path of Exile you have to think of. It's also like Grim Dawn, it's also Titan Quest, and then it's also like Last Epoch, because from what I'm playing, I'm really liking it so far. And I guess there's Torchlight 2 and Torchlight 3, but then it's like
I don't know much about Torchlight.
Oh, it's dead.
Fair enough.
It's dead. Whatever remains of Torchlight is dead.
Don't worry, Weekend. You know how it can make you feel better?
What? How?
Have a VTuber. Yeah, you fucking simp.
I guess.
I'm gonna meme you on that. You know
Installments. Maybe if we got the game that Blizzard North wanted to make,
it's not like it's not true, right? I mean, yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, I like VTuber. So what?
Also, do you notice immediately how this art style is just immediately lacks what the others is? It's a lot more vibrant and color. Like, don't get me wrong, vibrant and grim can work. You just gotta know how to do it.
Yeah, this is it's very like it's very clear that it doesn't really come off as scary. There's nothing about this that comes off as scary.
I wouldn't say scary. I would stick to the word horror aspect, but that's just me being picky with the wording. But yeah, it kind of lacks that. It becomes genuinely where Goofy is, where 2, while this Goofy stands out like a sore thumb here, it blends in.
And the fact that people were pointing that out when it came out in 2013 compared to like when Diablo 2 came out in 2001, I think it says a lot, especially since people will acknowledge that Diablo 2 graphics-wise has aged.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 2001 game.
The series might have suffered a quiet death instead of the loud, angry life it's lived. So Diablo 3 was released 12 years after the second game. I remember obsessively checking the webpage for updates, sucking up every last piece of info that cropped up. It's embarrassing in retrospect. Diablo 3 was so far removed from
Hold up. Here's something that I find a little bit that's kind of part of the game. If I can get the right image to pop up on screen.
Every last piece of info that cropped up.
There it is. There's another thing I find interesting. Diablo in 2. He's got a good design, right? You guys know what he looks like, right?
Yeah.
Tell me, is he over detailed in 3 to the point that it's just kind of unnecessary detail? Like, he doesn't look scary. He just looks like he's going over the top.
If anything, Diablo and Diablo 3 is a lot skinnier than Diablo 2.
And he just looks like he's going over the top. Yeah, I know he's absorbed all the primevals and he's the ultimate, but it's like, I don't know, it's just he doesn't really have anything. It's just kind of like big skinny boy that's over detailed. And you can see the armor here. Look how just unnecessary. That's kind of what it got in the game. Not to the fourth degree, like the fourth part of that image's degree, but you can tell that they tried to make it look badass by going over the top. That's this whole fucking game. It's just art style. Let's make it look goofier so everything's a bit more over the top looking. I mean, summoning skeletons doesn't feel like summoning skeletons. It sounds like I'm fucking summoning a meme video about calcium milk or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's embarrassing in retrospect.
Yeah,
Diablo
it is
3 was so
embarrassing.
far
Oh
removed
look,
from its
desert
predecessor
level.
development being taken over by Blizzard proper
Oh,
that
it
it
is,
could
the
never
desert level. That looks
realistically
like a
live up to
fucking
fan
stinger.
expectations.
Ooh.
I played the vanilla release from normal mode to Inferno 1 Act 2 and quit, never to properly return until now. The game was fun for a while, but turned into a slog, and Blizzard screwed a fair few things up. It seems like it took them till 2014 with the Reaper of Souls expansion pack to start bringing positive change to the game, and it was poisoned long before then. Diablo 3 has some core issues, but it's been fashioned into an extremely fun game to just pick up and play, and the sales back it up. Diablo 3 is a quality experience. And if I'm being perfectly honest, the amount of—
Shut up about the sales argument, you dipshit. Oh, I hate that argument so fucking much. Oh, well, Captain Marvel sold well, must be good. Oh, fucking Last Jedi sold well, must be good. Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna sell my shit for $1. If it sells, it must be good, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't just you can't just rely on one aspect. It's like it's kind of like how do I say this? I'm sorry if I'm gonna be a
sold
bit.
her bathwater. Must be fucking good, right? It's sold out. It must be good.
Yeah, just
fucking Christ.
The amount of pure dripping vitriol for this game sloshing from the mouths of core Diablo 2 fans makes me want to defend it, warts and all, because most of it comes off as berserker fury lunacy without direction, even to the point of fabrication, deliberate misremembrance at times. So let's talk about what Diablo 3 was and is, both vanilla.
You did the same thing with Diablo 2 and Diablo 1.
He has the fucking balls to say that, and he does the same exact shit with 2.
Yeah, that's
my fucking god.
It's really hypocritical, honestly.
What a douchebag.
Vanilla expansion, and how Diablo 3 detractors see the situation. Vanilla was a rapid-fire grind to the highest difficulty for no other reason than to expel the pent-up hype from the long wait to the game's release. Normal to nightmare to hell, the game was easy. It seemed like you only needed the strongest available weapon, and you could brute force your way through the entire game. Very different from the predecessor, but not necessarily evil. No point in difficulty modes if you don't play them. Diablo 3 has a strongly integrated story, starting from the very moment you enter the game, drawing a line in the sand to separate itself from its predecessors. Diablo 1 was about killing Diablo. Diablo 2 is about stopping the rise of the primevals, with some detours along the way. Diablo 3 is a carnival thrill ride through the world rife with characters, events, a narrative that won't even let you breathe for yourself unless you plan to do extraneous killing, and there's no real incentive to do that, but every step is planned to help you destroy Diablo and quell the various other evils in the
What?
The story is fucking half-assed, and he's not right. It doesn't stop when it should.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Diablo 2 had a story, but
pacing.
Pacing and the fact that the intros are part of the game. The intros in Diablo 3, they're cutscenes. And it's like, it takes away your control. So then it's like, you have no you kind of lose your sense of urgency when you're supposed to have that urgency to get ready to fight.
Well, in 2, it establishes what's happening ahead of you, because besides the intro, where it was like a bit before, like a retelling, the the intros of Diablo 2 are like what's happening while your character is still a little bit behind.
Yeah.
You do actually keep up with the Wanderer by Act 3, but then he kind of teleports away and summons minions to attack you. So you are trying to keep up with him during the whole time. So there's a sense of urgency even in cutscenes, because you know your character isn't that far behind realistically.
So let's, because boy, will you enjoy what he has to say.
In the land, even when it takes you to places that aren't directly relevant. Diablo 3's gameplay was then and is now a lot more involved than the previous games, which might seem strange to say if you've ever watched gameplay
He
of Diablo 3.
literally also just said that there's no point to killing, and he's goddamn right. All you need is like a good sword, bam, 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 bam. Who needs to give a fuck?
Also, leveling is so boring in this game, because then it's like
it's fucking dismal.
Yeah, you're just given the skills in the game. You don't earn them. You don't invest in them.
And the already shitty Paragon, it's slow as fuck to earn as well.
And by the time you reach level 70, it's like all you have to do is just choose which deal the most damage or which have the most synergy, especially with
which gets you around the game fastest. Because who the fuck wants to play it anymore?
Yeah. It's just this is dishonest, honestly.
Absolutely.
Also, Logan brings up a good point. Note that sequel sales are very informed by marketing and the quality of the former. A sequel's mettle is informed by the follow-up's growth.
Nice.
And yeah, he brings this. The Last Jedi also shows this. Like, the Last Jedi made a lot of money. Well, that was because people were, as flawed as The Force Awakens was, they enjoyed it. So, of course, they'll be interested in seeing what happens next. Oh, The Last Jedi was shit? Well, well, you can see that in the sales of, like, Solo. Like, that was, like, the first Star Wars movie to, like, flop financially.
And didn't Rise of Skywalker not break the goal that they wanted?
Yeah. If anything,
they still made a shit ton of money, but they didn't break the goal they wanted.
Yeah. If anything, I need to find that article someday. But if I remember right, there was an article that went about talking about how the sequel trilogy did not make as much money as the original trilogy, or something like that.
Wonder why.
So it says a lot.
Zooming through zones like it's NASCAR. But that's all part of the design. Characters had more buttons, up to 6 core abilities placed on a...
No, they don't.
It's more buttons. Fuck. Diablo 2 had more by default, and you can attach more. Shut up.
Yeah. It's like, you literally... And do you know why? You only have 4 buttons, and then 2 mouse clicks, and then a potion button, and then the portal button?
Fucking controller. Fucking peasantry.
Yeah, they originally tried to make this game multi-plat. It was just like...
It's so AIDS on the controller. It's so dumb.
The thing is... You know what the thing is, actually? It is very possible to have an ARPG on a console. But, if you don't prepare... But, you have to prioritize PC first for, like, a good experience. Like, if you look at, like... Grim Dawn first added controller support while still maintaining the hotkeys that it had, which is kind of why they were able to make, like, they were actually contacted by Microsoft to do like an Xbox port. I still haven't heard news about that Xbox port, but hopefully it's on the way, especially since like controller support is viable in Grim Dawn, and I actually tried it before. It's not bad.
Because they care and want to make it good. Blizzard at that point just did not give a fuck.
Path of Exile was also released on consoles, on Xbox and PlayStation, and they still maintain, and you can still play. It's still decent. Like, I think you still have the same amount of potions in the console version, with like still the same amount of skills. But the point is, focus first on the PC version, especially since that's where like the ARPGs really came from and shine.
That's where the audiences tend to gravitate in terms of PC, and that would be one of the genres they would pick the most on.
A bar as you leveled up. Some abilities charged bars up, some dumped that bar for extra damage, some crowd controlled, some gave you mobility, defensive capabilities. There was a big cooldown ability for every character, etc. You could even alter your character with runes that unlocked new permutations of your core abilities. So every level you were gaining something. The characters of Diablo 3
Yeah, something fucking generic and didn't offer much and no thinking required.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're just
Perfect,
giving these
but you're
skills.
dumbass.
None of these skills are earned. It's the same reason why people hate Mary Sue's. The shit is just given to them. It's not earned.
She's likable immediately. Everyone loves her. She fixes everything without knowing how the fuck it works. Fucking using Ray fucking using mind trickery without even knowing a single thing of the Force. God damn it, this game. Also, look at the bottom left. Do you see the little stat bars? You're just literally given that immediately. You don't get to choose. It's just dumped in.
Ah, yeah. I remember that. That was just.
Look at that. That's stupid.
I remember that. That was really dumb.
Intricate, akin to MOBA characters, but with the ability to handle anything single-handedly.
Oh look, Super
More critique
Saiyan.
on this later. Diablo 3's enemies bespoke more intentional design than the past games, whose enemies mostly barreled towards the player or cast spells at range. That never changed, but more elite enemies with more bizarre abilities exist.
But you had ranged enemies in Diablo 2, I don't get it.
Wait, keep going. He's trying to make the argument that
blasting enemies and arcane laser enemies that ask the player to be dexterous and reactive more than
he's trying to make a
games.
variety
Acts
argument.
ended with gigantic bosses that again bespoke intentional design. A player would need to get off the fire in the butcher's boss room or take massive damage. You could dodge certain powerful abilities with your mobility spell, whatever that was. There was counterplay. 12 years of game design consideration backing.
You mean the very obviously telegraphed and easy and no input required, or the one that slows down the fight? Yeah, great design.
Also, people hated arcane lasers in like the end game because it's like the thing was in Diablo 3 because they had no idea how to balance power, damage, just scaled. So imagine being in a room and having to deal with rare enemies that have the arcane laser affix in the corridor in tight rooms, and their damage was scaled high. You're gonna get fucked if you didn't have like the proper damage reduction. Also, yeah, speaking of damage reduction, damage reduction, the one thing I really hate the most about Diablo 3 is that I don't understand how the stats work. Because you can have like some sort of complicated formula, but if you don't even explain how these stats work, that's why I love like Grim Dawns and even Last Epochs. Last Epochs is a bit more complicated, but at least they explain how the shit works. And Grim Dawn is also simple, so at least then you have this understanding of what these numbers mean and how they affect your character. Diablo 3 resistance is just it's whatever. You get numbers and it's like you don't understand what it means. The game doesn't teach you, and it's just the game treats you as a dumbass basically.
Pretty much.
Up in the game. Diablo 3 did away with potions and portal scrolls. They were dumb and bad. Let's be reading hordes of consumables and rapidly downing them probably means enemies just need to do less damage.
But they added health globes,
which were on a cooldown.
Yeah,
and a permanent free teleporter.
Also, if they were dumb and unnecessary, then how come the game goes out of its way to add like skills that help you improve healing, or give you gear that helps you improve with healing?
Also, it gave you more of an incentive. Do you want to stock the healing items in your inventory just in case you need it, or do you want to pick up the items on the ground that may be worthwhile?
Also, Paragon.
Also, it's not hard to fucking stack 20 portal. You can actually get a book that can hold 20 scrolls, teleport the portal scrolls. So and it only took 2 bars out of like the whole thing. 2.
Paragon has life on hit, so it also that's also like that's also the game going out of its way to help you not rely on potions.
Yeah, 3 had way more healing items than 2 did. 2 had a few, but they were mostly health regain. 3, it's just like almost like so many things have a variation of here's a health back.
Let's continue.
Probably means enemies just need to do less damage. The loss of an instant portal is great, at least for people who think Diablo's too easy. God, what a loss, not being able to warp back to safety with a button press in the middle of a battle with the actual Lord of Terror. God, Diablo's appealing so hard to the casuals. Ugh.
God.
It is, you fucking douchebag. If you're gonna
also,
shit
this fucking straw man. This fucking straw man. I don't
Ooh.
think anyone has really argued much about like quality of life issues changes, but more of like the core aspect of the gameplay. Oh my god.
Also, it's just insane how many people are mad about the loss of attribute points. Like I've mentioned, to look up builds anyway, so
Oh, you shut the fuck up about that. Not everyone was a meta user, you dickhead.
Also, why did people look up guides?
Fucking women.
Because to find out what stats were worth investing. Doesn't that kind of indicate that the stats are important in the game?
And then in this game, nothing is important. There is no point to care, and you're left uninvested.
It's all just superficial.
It's a streamlined casual fest. Literally, so much of it screams casual. Oh, but look at this one portal thing. Yeah, the whole thing's casual. Yeah. Yeah, it still is because it's free. It doesn't take a slot. And now it's even slower because it takes fucking forever. Oh, but you can't use it in a boss fight. Yeah, I can. Health regain to the max. Damage reduction to the max. Health to the max. Fuck you. It's still casual. I can still abuse the game.
So choice barely actually affected your build, and only the few specialists who wanted to try a weird build would play around with it. And while customization is neat and all, don't you think it's better if your character just works all—
I knew it. Yeah.
It's because you're shit at building things. Just admit it. You're shit at doing decision making, and you don't want to admit it.
This reeks scrub codes. Would it be better if something just worked? Oh my god.
Yeah, it does work if you use some intelligence, buddy. Yeah, I know that's a hard concept, but look it up. Oh wait, you don't know how to do that, don't you?
Always. It's such a minor point, but people continue to screech about it. It's ridiculous. I'm not sorry that I like my characters to function. At face value, these changes are fine, and even admirable. However, the game had some glaring obnoxious issues in the vanilla edition, things like not being able to trade in multiplayer, which still—
Why is he talking about the vanilla edition when he's showing expansion content?
This is even that shit was changed. He's using the full version of Diablo 2, but he's talking about the vanilla in 3. What? He skipped 1's vanilla, went straight to the expansion. He skipped 2's vanilla, went straight to the expansion. He never mentioned their vanillas. But why 3?
Still hasn't been rectified. A real money auction house.
How?
Go on. Wait. Go on.
Yuck. The kind of issues that diminish—
Okay.
So he was consistent. Fuck yourself. No. I pointed it out earlier. He's literally shit talked the whole gambling thing compared to Gacha, but he goes on. He only says yuck to this. Like, yeah, it is shit. Don't get me wrong, but he completely made a disingenuous argument about 2's quote unquote gambling.
Yeah,
he barely goes into it at all.
Yeah, the auction house is just worse, considering that
he literally skipped it over. He's downplaying this, but ups something that was nothing in 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not. Yeah, he's consistent, but in a bad way, if that makes sense. Like it's consistent, but he's he was so disingenuous that the consistency doesn't really make it and his point any better. It just kind of shows his bullshit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it's like he doesn't go into depth. He doesn't bring up the part that the auction house actually also made you use real life money, or the
It was more
option
of a
to use real
gambling
life
than the
money.
option. It was an actual gamble thing than it was in 2, because 2 was just nothing, and you didn't have to at all. There was no gambling.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Diminished player interaction. But this isn't a review of the online scene, and those things didn't bother me
You
too
fucking
much. The auction
whore.
house.
You went straight to
But the
2's
game is
fucking...
always online. You always
He-
need internet connection
He
in order
shit
to
on
play.
2's online, but it's not about online in this one. Yeah, okay, buddy.
I don't understand. Wait, but Diablo 3 is always online required to play.
That too. So not only is
People were constantly complaining about like error 37 when the game initially came out. Like that's one of Boogie's viral videos. Fucking complaining about Diablo 3. It's like the whole error 37 and he was like, what about the other 36 errors, huh?
Hey, think of it this way. You know how you just said it's not a key component? He shit-talked 2's component of multiplayer, which which unironically wasn't a key fucking opponent.
No, he actually said that it's more single player than not. He actually said that.
Yeah, he does. It's just he brings up when it's like single player. Oh, but it also single player, it kind of just has the issues that I brought up earlier.
Trying to keep up with his
died later,
no pause.
And PvP, which was promised during development, never manifested, and all that was left was an exceedingly difficult grind into the...
Can I just say, the whole PvP arena thing, especially since they were trying to market into the esports, I'm surprised that Blizzard wasn't sued for false marketing.
Well,
I just have to say I'm impressed because that should fall under false marketing. Like promising PvP and then just not delivering.
You'd think that.
Yeah. I guess the auction house was too much of a worry.
Which gated most players at the second act permanently. It was a fun ride that became tedious and led to a dead stop. Now let's dig into vanilla Diablo 3. This game was, by all accounts, modern Blizzard. It looked nothing like the Diablo of yore, and immediately got flack for everything it was doing in both design and narrative. The common reference point is World of Warcraft, World of Diablo-craft, and it's not hard to see why fans would make that claim. In past games, the premise is that the player is a wandering insert class here, for the most part a nobody who stands up to Diablo. Diablo 3 makes you the chosen one, the Nephilim, the most powerful being on the planet, capable of shutting down angels and demons single-handedly.
Wouldn't that sound like that would shut down the whole horror aspect entirely? Just the whole being a Nephilim?
There is no scale.
Exactly.
There's no suspension. You're basically better than God is, because you somehow have 2 gods in you, so...
This is why people still kind of hate it, especially story-wise. It's like, your character is basically a Gary Stu or Mary Sue or whatever the fuck gender they are.
Pretty much.
Single-handedly, regardless of your background, and it all gets pretty silly. The mood shifts irreparably from brooding and dark in the minorest of senses to epic. Full stop. You travel through scary dark place once, but then find out you're the Nephilim and it's off to the desert, to snowy war zone, to literally heaven, and the entirety of the story is building up the player to be the one person capable of making everything right. It's a stark contrast to what came before. The stakes of the plot were never higher, but infinitely hollower. The issue with calling the Nephilim concept bad and stupid, as many have, however, is that it's the most thematically appropriate thing Blizzard could do with Diablo as a game. There is no dark fantasy except maybe Berserk, where the main character gets to mow down hordes of Hell's...
There is no way? Like, are you sure about that?
There were so many ways they could have upped the ante without having to just basically make God, but in human form.
This is kind of why you need talent, because then you'll be able to actually think of shit, like to think of decent shit. Because honestly, and it's like, if that's how you feel, then why did there need to be a Diablo sequel? Why not make a new property that was also an ARPG?
Where it can fit the tone a bit better, can actually do it more justice, and yeah, makes sense. Here, I'm just seeing fucking bullshit. Here's your scale without any of the substance.
Repels minions so cleanly, so easily, and with such overwhelming power. At least in Berserk, fate is against the protagonist. Here you're fated to destroy Diablo and every demon under his command, so why not make the player the chosen one? It's the same as Diablo 2, it's just being honest about itself. Diablo—
Fuck you. No.
Fuck off.
No. No. The thing was, the game. Oh my god. Okay, Shadow, you've played a lot of 2, right?
Yes.
So, what's the story like? It's like the odds aren't really in your favor, right? In this, the thing is, you're trying to catch up desperately to the Wanderer, right?
Let's do. You're new to the camp. You get introduced. You have to earn your trust in the camp because you're an outsider, and after all the shit that went down, and them losing their monastery and half their forces, they're kind of fucked and need help. You do it, you get their trust, they send you off to kill one of the characters from the first game that got corrupted. Oh look, the odds seem a bit bit against you at this rate. You go in, you have to free the monastery to get through. You do that. You're now keeping up with the Wanderer, but you're still pretty far behind because he's still ahead of you finding the tome. You have to do a lot of busy work to get into it so you can find, stop his, because you're trying to stop him from reawakening his brother. You failed to do that. Third act. You keeping up, but now it's kind of getting to the point where he's summoning a lot of shit going down, and he wants to get back into hell to get ready and be at full power. You beat Mephisto, who's guarding it, and then Diablo's trying to take over. He's trying to get more powerful and taking stronger, and you have to try to beat him. Only for Bale to come in and go, fuck you, let's do the World Stone, bitch. And then now you're on a big fucking rush. It gets progressively bigger and bigger as it goes. As soon as you keep up with him, you still have to deal with the fact that he's gotten stronger and all that, And just for Bale to show up and be like, nah, World Stone, you're gonna die, all of you.
But let's continue.
There was always a sense of urgency,
exact
basically.
same thing, minus the hokey Nephilim thing, but you were still an unstoppable god, realistically speaking.
Weren't.
It's not to say that the series is better off for the change, but that they were clearly driven by a wish to have story and gameplay unified. I guess you could say they wanted to avoid ludonarrative dissonance, but people want dissonance.
People wanted to... Oh my god.
We separate the story and gameplay because that's how it works.
Because
that's always how it is, because you can't tie every little shit from the gameplay to the story perfectly. That's why people criticize, say, plot armor and cutscenes rather than gameplay, because you gotta have a little bit. You gotta have to separate the two a little bit.
And the thing
it's always how it works. You can't make it perfectly. It's just impossible.
And the thing is, you know what the thing is? If, you don't want ludonarrative dissonance tied with the gameplay and story, why not just play Devil May Cry? The game's perfectly tied the gameplay with the story. And it's oh, in gameplay, Dante gets damaged? He just brushes it off and continues beating them. Cutscenes, Dante gets stabbed, brushes it off and treats it like nothing.
And even then, in the cutscene, he still had to take the thing out and heal, but in the game, he just kind of does it immediately. So yeah, there's still some things you have to kind of go, well, it's just the gameplay section. you have to kind of still, understand to separate the two, Does that make sense?
Yeah, but let's see.
Because it ain't gonna be perfect, even if you make it work really well, like Devil May Cry, as you were mentioning. You still gotta have to, separate aspects.
Yeah, and you still have to make it work. There's still
Yeah.
talent required.
I guess. Or to cling to a false memory of something that never existed in the first place. Another
Ah, no.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's also complete. Oh my god.
He's a complete
Another
what?
thing players hated was the constant callback nonsense to Diablo 1. Names like Lockdonin, the Butcher, the Skeleton King, and Lazarus. I had never played Diablo 1 until this year. None of the nostalgia...
Wait. What? Can we repeat that?
I never played Diablo 1 until this year.
To destroy Diablo and every demon under his
look how
commands.
easy it is.
Diablo 2 had you doing the exact same thing, minus the guess, or to cling to a false memory of something that never existed in the first place. Another thing players hated was the constant callback nonsense to Diablo 1. Names like Lockdonin, the Butcher, the Skeleton King, and Lazarus. I had never played Diablo 1 until this year. None of the nostalgia, save Deckard Cain and New Tristram, was even remotely nostalgic to me, because the games came out 15 years apart from one another. That's a bit of a gap, you know? They probably wanted to let the player base know that Diablo 3 was a new creative step for the series, but that it was still...
If it was a new creative step, why did you rely so much on the old elements from the previous games?
Yeah, seems like it.
There's literally Stone of Jordan, there's Griswold's Edge, and then the Crusaders are pretty much people who deviated from the Paladins, from the beliefs of the Paladins. And then you still have the Barbarians again.
And you got the Witch Doctor, which at the time was a callback to the Necromancer, but because they didn't put a Necromancer in it.
Oh, they also added Necromancer, yeah. So,
and then they added him at an overpriced rate.
Just brand new, I guess. Brand new IP, brand new content, brand new story for the game. It's just it's so disingenuous when people say, "Oh, but it's brand new. It's revolutionary." Only to actually just be doing the same thing again and again and again and again and again.
Pretty good.
But players thought the callbacks were forced and unnecessary, and I can't blame them for that. Resting on your laurels with nudges and nods is cute, but ineffective if the player base doesn't know the references, and it assumes those things were important, were worth reiterating in the first place. I honestly wonder what we could have got instead if the game wasn't so keen on reiteration of past ideas. And reiterating them badly, mind you. The original Butcher is scary because you'll be too weak to fight him and die the first time you meet him. Now he's just a fat f***ing himbo. Like, you know someone's jerking off to that. I checked. And he's not scary like he was. He's just an interactive boss fight. The Skeleton King, same deal, except he's pathetically easy to kill. And he gets all his build-up in the level before the fight, but it doesn't pay off.
Wait, he said that he only played Diablo this year, right?
Yeah.
Why is he afraid of it? Yeah, why is he afraid of Diablo 1? He's an adult.
Well,
I thought he was talking about Diablo 1 in the context of like when he played it when he was younger. But then he dropped the bombshell of just playing it now. I don't know, man. I am not scared of Diablo now when I replayed it.
I want to make the joke of a soy, but nah.
It's not that scary, man.
Not really. I mean, it's very creepy when he's like, fresh meat. It's like, ooh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I can being scared completely. Yeah, looking back, maybe not much.
No, but it's not.
I can at least appreciate the what's this? The horror aspect that it attempted, especially for a game during its time, which is like 1997.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't really have the technology that we do now. So for for what they had, that's kind of a I can appreciate that at least. Scared?
Oh,
maybe not as much, but I can at least appreciate that.
okay, you have to hear this. Logan mentioned at least they didn't bring back Diablo 2 guy to be like, I failed, and then kill him in an unceremonious fashion. Well, I mean, it depends. They brought back Deckard Cain to do basically fuck all, and then kill him unceremoniously in the first act.
Oh, did you know they what's this? They what's that phrase? What's that phrase again? They what's that term where it's like you undo parts of a story just to fit it into
Retcon.
yeah you
Retcon.
retcon yeah they retcon the Black Wanderer into being like the son of King Leodric.
Mind you, 1 and 2, they retconned him before, if I'm not mistaken. They retconned something out of 1 for 2 for the Wanderer.
Uh-huh.
So it's not the first time, they just did it again.
Yeah, it's somehow even worse.
But it was minor when it came to 1 and 2 because, lack of story to something trying to add more story,
Yeah.
You could get it, it's more of a nitpick rather than a genuine huge flaw.
He's hard relevant. He's just an irritating memory. If you're willing to look at the game as a fun ride, which I think tension, it's fine. The nostalgic context makes it extraneous. To ease off a bit, there's one complaint I can't jive with, and it's probably the thing that even started this video. It's people comparing Diablo 3's skill system to World of Warcraft. It's WoW because you don't put points in, you just select what ability you want. Ugh,
Yeah.
Blizzard gave me skills. Let
Who
me
said that?
choose, Blizzard.
Who says
What
that?
do
Is that
people even?
wait? Is that a legitimate
What do
complaint
we
about?
want? What do we want? I'll tell you what we want, you asshole. We want actual fucking choices that matter, you dipshit. We
Yeah,
want a
that's-
No wait,
JRPG.
no wait. Is
Ugh.
that an actual complaint from people?
I think one
That
of the
it's like wow.
I think what people
Is that-
hated was like the level cap because it felt more like WoW because in the original Diablo it was like level 60 and then
No,
And
so it is
it
the
was
no,
99.
so it is a complaint from people. That it's like wow, but it's not the complaint he's saying. Is that right?
yeah, basically. It's
I don't know what
Okay.
WoW's like, so I'm staying out of that.
yeah, I never played WoW either. I just know that this even if the comparison to WoW isn't true, the skill system in Diablo 3 is still dog shit because
It's a streamlined fuckfest.
there is no meaningful choices in the skills that you choose. Now, mind you,
None.
actually, I'm going to bring up Last Epoch because you can choose which skills to specialize, and there is respecking. But the way that respecking is balanced, because the more you use a skill or the more you play while you have that skill specialized, it levels up, and you gain skill points for that specific skill to get nodes that further improve the skill. Now, if you want to respec that skill, you remove the skill point for free, but it reduces the skills level, and if you want to get that skill point back, you have to level up that skill again. That is meaningful choice. That affects meaningful choices without having to rely on resources for skill respecking.
And I
So-
love how he's.
And
Yeah,
the thing
oh,
with
sorry.
the thing with Diablo 3 is it's free. It's essentially free. You can't really do it while in the midst of combat, but you can do it when you're in your hub, and it's easy. And because there are no teleport scrolls, you just need to press a button. It's fairly easy to do that.
And you notice how earlier he was basically killing enemies by just letting him hit him.
Mm-hmm.
You could just teleport, and he was trying to make that sound like it was more, oh, you can't just get away from bosses doing that. It's like, yes, I can. like
even want. It's not like Diablo 2 lets you select the Necromancer's Poison Nova out of the gate either. Abilities in Diablo 3 are unlocked by leveling up, so you need a maxed out character to have all options available.
Wait, you have to choose to go to the Poison Nova path, right?
Yeah.
It's not like it's so different. It's so different. In Diablo 3, when you reach a certain level, the skill is just given to you.
Yeah, the skill is
you
just...
have to spec towards it. You notice the arrows go to certain skills, so you always need one or two to kind of unlock it.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, it's mastery anyway, so it did give you an extra boost as it is.
It's so disingenuous.
Yep, pretty much. And I love how he asked, what do you want? And I'm just, everyone's like, come on. Many people would just say Diablo 2 again. But, with more quality of life and more improvements.
Yeah.
But generally, Diablo 2 again.
But that's not remarkably hard to do. People didn't like that Blizzard prescribed you your bar, That Blizzard dared to suggest that you utilize a cheap efficient spell, a costly damaging one, a mobility spell, the like. I don't understand it. People have literally written that Diablo 3 is a brainless game for unskilled...
Of course you don't, because you don't consider fucking decision making as an important aspect of an ARPG or what was
ARPG. ARPG. Isometric RPG.
What was the other one, though?
Yeah, even JRPG.
Yeah, so it's just like, no shit, because you just completely removed one and trying to justify it by removing one core thing because it would destroy your argument beyond any fucking... It would destroy it before you could even make it.
Skilled casuals, and partially because Blizzard doesn't make you commit to a build path. How high on your own ass fumes do you have to be to say something like that? Even the strongest builds in Diablo 2, you're lucky if whatever character you're playing has more than 3 active skills at all. Usually
my god, are you fucking joking?
That's not true, right? I'm pretty sure that's not true.
You have a shit ton of active skills compared to passives. He's outright lying.
Yeah.
Fucking 3 has like triple the passives.
Yeah. The fact that you can add more hotkeys into Diablo 2 says a lot more about the freedom that you're offered in Diablo 2. And the thing is, people want the freedom. That's what they loved. They got hooked by like the horror aspect. But then it's like when they started playing more, they enjoyed the creativity that was given to them. And then Diablo 3, they were excited, but then it's like, oh, it lacks the creativity that 2 had.
And he has the fucking balls to say, oh, we are on the high horse for it. Sorry, we don't like to be brain dead idiots. We like decision making. We like having choices. We like freedom and creativity. You're being a disingenuous asshole to them, and you're being disingenuous to how the game is, and trying to prop up your game by being a fucking hypocrite and trying to have it both ways.
And yes, Logan, he just took a shit on speccing in an RPG.
Yep, he does. Does he play the genres? I really don't. I feel like he plays it but doesn't know what the fuck it is. It's like me playing a fighting game. I don't know shit. But I'm not an idiot to try to base it based on how little knowledge I have of it. That's stupid. This is what it comes off. It's like he plays them, but he doesn't understand them. But he's trying to make a review based on it.
One major skill carries the entire build, and others are incidental. On that note, D2 builds that
depends on the build.
Switching were only...
Yeah,
because the main damage option of the player character depends on what build you're using.
We already established he's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck?
This is real. What character you're using, what skills you have available, what damage type those skills deal, and then what your current defenses are like.
Also, he's already established that he tried to use Corpse Explosion on Bale, so he's disingenuous or completely brainless, so...
Also, what Logan brought up is the reason why I'm so convinced that he just hates RPGs in general, especially like Divinity, Pathfinder, D&D, even like the older Fallout games, Elder Scrolls, because there's decision making to be had, and you can't. He's not capable. He's not capable of handling these, of making these.
He's a
decisions.
casual.
Yeah,
He belongs on scrub quotes because he's legitimately defending the just not thinking at all.
Yeah. It's kind of disgusting.
It is.
Were only complicated because there wasn't a dedicated bar, and you'd have to swap around with a hotkey to use the ability, which is just straight up poor design. Diablo 3 requires that you use all of your buttons effectively, especially at the higher difficulty.
Because it's like a controller where you click the same 5 fucking buttons. Oh, you scrub. Stick to your console.
and the thing is, it's
disgusting.
And the thing is, let's say Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn provides you like 20 hotkeys if you're constantly switching using the skill switch button. But I personally opt for using like 5 skills or 3 active skills and then 5 sustainable skills and then just 1 main skill. But that's because that's how I want to play. You have options to play however you want in Grim Dawn. And that's what people like. Options. That's why people prefer PC over consoles. Options.
Exactly. Also, Logan's a friend of mine. I just realized I didn't connect the two for whatever reason. I'm too tired. It's like 4 a.m. He said he just wants to die. He's shitting on spacing and hotkeys in an ARPG. Yeah, yep, he's basically is. He's a fucking is.
Dude, it's just dumb.
It's so
aren't. You probably should be to optimize your clear times, your damage output, etc. No character gets out scot-free for spamming one move. People still whinge that Blizzard needs to axe the casual crap, as though looking up a cookie-cutter Diablo 2 build isn't the very
He's making the disingenuous argument again. He's saying basically everyone's like that. That's completely wrong. That's a lie. Shut up. Oh,
not everyone wants to be a casual, bro.
I'm playing Here's the thing. I'm playing Last Epoch. I'm also looking up guides, but I'm not exactly following them. I'm just using them as a reference to understand how the game works.
Also, there are people who make exotic builds, you know, that just you don't like you mentioned, and you have where it's like they make builds that you wouldn't consider, and some of them just work super effectively. The reason it's cookie cutter is because it's generally what if you want to be a meta player, you would generally gravitate towards the meta.
Yeah.
But if you want to be unique or just play the game your way, you would because you have the choice, the options. You can be creative.
And if you know how to play, and if you know how to play the game, you can make it work.
Exactly. Most builds will work regardless.
Definition.
Some are just
suffering in Diablo 2 at a young age because your build sucked and you couldn't win doesn't make Diablo 2 a better game or you a smarter player. This line that I've seen
does actually.
by sycophant.
Hold up. I can destroy that argument on my own. I was a kid who did that. I did exactly that. I fucked myself over. It is good design. You know why? Because it taught me I can't just do that. So why don't I try again, but with better optimization of where I put my skills? Because you know what I did as a kid? I put it on everything, thinking I could do up because I thought as a kid there was no level cap. I found out later.
This is a thing.
So what I did, I decided to be spec in certain elements. So I went more skeleton mastery, skeleton summoning, and with a couple of bone spells to do, to get myself a fruit. And it worked so much better. It taught me to be better.
And here's the thing. What's this? Shit, I was about to lose my thoughts a bit. But the thing is, I hate this aspect because this also kind of goes in line with like people who are arguing like we should get rid of motion inputs so that the casuals also eventually win more. The thing is, it's like I don't understand why failure is bad.
People are weak nowadays. They can't handle anything that's even a disagreement. Let's be realistic here.
Like, I understand failure being a shitty thing to feel, but it's an important one. Without it, you're not gonna learn your mistakes.
Yeah, but certain people, and I should have said that, certain people, not just people, but you get the point. Certain people are just so weak, they can't handle a disagreement anymore. Like, come on. You've been on Twitter enough. It seems like it just seems like people don't want to be challenged. They don't want to have some form, they just want it to be super duper easy going. It's like, don't you want a little bit of challenge, a little bit of fun, a little bit of excitement, the thrill of being so close to victory, but it might be snatched from you so you can do it all over again and do better and then kick his ass and be so fucking happy? Don't you want a little bit of that instead of just bland, casual, safe, you're going to win? Here's your medal, or because you won already.
Ugh, it's just.
I'm a dumbass in fighting games, but it feels great to win on a bot that kicks my ass before, you know?
I mean, I'm currently struggling with Power Rangers because it's like I'm playing against people who know the game more than me, and it's like they're kicking my ass. But then it's like that's kind of just the nature of it. You lose, you make mistakes,
Exactly.
and then you learn from them.
Exactly.
Oh, that's not allowed. It's not allowed anymore.
Yeah, we should hurry it because we're almost actually done with this. 9 minutes left.
Fantastic fabric
9 minutes.
is the lifeblood of the toxicity surrounding both games.
Toxicity,
And it's
my
just
ass.
false at the outset. Gear is the major thing that carried any given build at the highest level, ultimately, and I think that's a
No.
problem.
No, you supplement your build with gear. Not you find gear specifically to help your build. It not the other way around.
Yeah, you focus
Yep.
more on skills. It's
Yeah.
also there's a streamer who proved this. Like he went naked, he went to an area, no gear, and he used the skills that he invested in on his character, and he was still able to do well. The thing is, yeah, gear is supplementary. It's not the primary aspect.
Yeah, it's not.
Just jeez.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Allegedly, the grind
Bullshit.
at the best gear in Diablo 3 is unbearably long and repetitive, though I'm not really sure what people expect from Blizzard. If acquiring the best loot is easy enough that a person with a full-time job can do it playing occasionally during the week, Blizzard gets derided for appealing to casuals, as though gaming addiction is something to be proud of. Making the grind long only gives longevity
Game
to
addiction,
the end
are you
game, and that's
serious?
great for said gaming.
He chalked it as just game addiction. This is like a boomer argument saying that video games because it's like, no. Are you kidding me?
So yeah,
He just chalks it all down to fuck off.
It's also like just saying that people who want to just get better in a competitive game, just calling them sweat lords.
Like
Yeah,
that's not
sweat lords
that's
or
only like a
tryhards.
few.
Yeah, he's like, and that's the implication. Like, oh, why are you trying hard? It's just a game, bro. It's like,
God, why are you grinding, man? You must be addicted.
yeah.
It's such a fucking bad faith. Is that the word for a bad faith take?
Yeah. Just
Gaming addicts. If it's bad because there's too much chance involved, you're playing the wrong game, I think. Diablo's been an insufferable
Are
grind
you?
to the heights of power since the second installment, charms and all. I can't think of a more flaccid critique, a half-realization of what the game
Bullshit.
is, but not enough self-awareness to understand why it's flawed at the core for anyone who doesn't want to be jacked around by a video game. Not enough
Wait.
self-awareness to abandon hope.
Is he saying that the gameplay of Diablo now is flawed to the core? Is that what he's saying?
apparently that's his argument that it was already flawed from the get-go. But it's like
What?
Diablo 3's
No.
That's
maybe
so
you
bad.
maybe you might not like the gameplay loop of Diablo, but for those who do, Diablo 3 is worse. And the thing is, I've gone through
Yeah.
that shit because I understand what, especially when you have like devs now who just completely ignore you, who stream on platforms that you don't like or that aren't common to gamers. Can you imagine, like, there's a time when the Diablo 3 devs, and the community managers rarely even contact their own forums. So Yeah, people felt abandoned. Yeah, yeah, I rock my socks off. That's another thing. The gameplay was just so off.
Oh, well, hello there. I see more of my friend groups has shown up.
Yep. But let's
Very nice.
yeah, let's finish this.
Hope in the format. But Diablo 3 has enough consistent, deliberate, enjoyable, meaty, flashy, and interesting class fantasy-minded design that any complaint about Diablo 3's characters falls flat for anyone not blinded by nostalgia. Now, you can argue that Diablo...
I never played Diablo 1 or 2. I have so many issues with Diablo 3.
I may be nostalgic as fuck for it, but I can at least put it aside, look at the game. There's a couple of little nicks and knacks that are definitely bad, but they're nicks and knacks, not huge. 3 is just a downgrade. A straight up downgrade.
Diablo 2 was better because it was a system of limitations, I guess. Characters with no get off me button would die when surrounded, and that was fun sometimes in the panicky way. It would...
Hey, look, I'm gonna run into a crowd with full of knockback because I'm a fucking idiot.
Also, decision making, your ability to customize your character.
I mean, you could clearly see he doesn't even know the decision making, even running into a crowd. He just expects to win.
Would naturally incentivize players to work together, especially if a player couldn't handle something alone. And there's something to be said, surely. But again, I like playing alone and being able to exercise a wide range of options while feeling like I'm...
You can play ARPGs alone. You can play Diablo 2 alone.
Exactly.
And this is it. Diablo 1 and 2 have issues, but gameplay-wise, it was not only good and fun, but it allowed for so much shit to do in the game. That's where the replayability of those games come in, especially since they support modding, which Diablo 3 doesn't.
Logan makes a good point. Ever just think old games can be good and some new ones can be bad? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of times. Fucking Borderlands 3. Fucking that story makes me just unable to play it half the time. Like, I'm skipping it between months. That's how fucking hard it is to just keep going back to finish it off.
Like I'm playing a viable character is important to me. You wouldn't want to train up a character, get good, then find out your character is completely unviable because they don't have X or Y tool to compete.
Called it. Yeah, he said it. Like, oh no, my character can't compete. Oh no.
The fucking... Oh god, the fucking scrub mentality.
Scrub mentality. How about get good, learn what you're doing, use your damn head, and you'll get through it.
Learn from your mistakes. God.
No, that's difficult. I want to be a winner. Give me my medal now.
I'm
fucking
so
douche.
You know, the one thing I appreciate about playing fighting games specifically, is that aside from like enjoying them, it's just the fact that I lose, especially with games that I'm learning. It's such a humbling experience because then it's like I feel I'm learning, I'm failing, and then it's fine because that's part of like improving. Oh my god.
I don't like losing, but I understand it's part of the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
I
That's
mean,
normal.
I hate losing. It's not something I look forward to when I play games. But I'm not gonna like how do I say this? It's like I get it, but I don't like it. But like I don't like the feeling I get from losing. But
that's fine.
Yeah,
because that's normal. That's the thing. That's normal. But the thing is, it's like you have people, especially like K-Bash, who don't understand the necessity of failure. It's just so frustrating.
Yeah.
with the rest, and Diablo 3 avoids that better than Diablo 2. I'm of the mind that when you die, it should be because you made a bad mistake, not because you...
What? You're saying that, but you...
Yeah, he's saying that, but
Wow.
it doesn't apply to how he builds his character.
I give up. I'm just going. He's clearly just delusional.
Building a character is a bad mistake. Oh my god.
He's still trying to hop on that trend of thinking is not a part of this. Fucking hell, I give up. I'm just...
Because you made a little perceptible mistake. I guess the summation of the issues with vanilla Diablo 3 and the core of the game itself is that regardless of developer intention, regardless of solid gameplay and deliberate design, the game is ultimately a controlled tour through Diablo land. You'll be handed your spells over time, and Blizzard controls when and what you get. You can experience the story at your own pace, but only in as much as you're skipping or sitting through each cutscene. You meet the same people, hear the same lines, do the same things. It's not an adventure, it's a tour. And I'm okay with that, but it only lasts for the first run. Every second after has to be carried by pure gameplay, the core abilities your character has, and you'll have to find your favorite to make that work. Of course, Blizzard tried to fix that issue. Somewhat. Games as a service, seasonal play, multiple avenues of progression,
That's
easily
not how they
gained and
fixed
incredibly
it.
powerful rewards. Diablo 2
No,
is
no.
probably still something I enjoy more than the sequel because it's more interested in just being a game, not some money and time
He said it,
sake.
though.
I mean, you've heard
He said
everything
it.
up until this
He
point.
said that
I'm
he enjoyed
relative on
Diablo
which
2
is
more,
best
though.
because it
which,
doesn't really matter.
I
Both
guess
have
we
solid
can give him
qualities,
some
but
credit.
2 is deified,
No,
and I
he's
think
having
that's
his
silly.
cake.
3
He's full of
struggles to
shit.
find integrity in its very makeup, however. Diablo 3's expansion tried to recapture a bit of fan approval by featuring an interesting, if confusing, new antagonist, a fairly gloomy, atmospheric locale, a new character, and all the fun bits I headed this section up with. The expansion was followed up by about 20 billion patches and the Necromancer DLC because, seriously, Blizzard, why wasn't this part of Reaper of Souls? And we're finally at the present day. Events, adventure mode, Nephilim rifts, and all. And what a game it is. I'm not sure where to start. It's like D3 just poured its entire backpack out on my table. Let's talk adventure mode, a new
Was it
game
full
mode
of
for people
dog
who are
shit?
completely sick of Diablo 3's story can embark on a series of vaguely related quests, extremely reminiscent of World of Warcraft's World Quests. Complete a given area by doing 4, earn a chest with like straight up legendaries in it, and move on. It's fun, it's easy. I just enjoyed my time playing a new character in adventure mode because it's like candy. It whisks you around to new areas and it's always over before it gets really boring. It seems like a direct answer to complaints about Vanilla's narrative and a reprieve for longtime players. Nephilim rifts and greater rifts provide instant access to randomly generated adventures for a small time investment, and a fairly strong return in loot and crafting materials. They provide theoretically endless gameplay, but the concept itself gets old quickly. You're either addicted enough to continue grinding, or self-aware enough to shut it down, more or less. Lots of interesting updates to the game stem from this system, and they're worth experimenting with, at least. Seasons exist now, and I don't care for it, but here we are.
No one
Games
did.
as a service. What a phrase. I always feel like it cheapens the game. Like the game can't just be itself, because Blizzard needs you to
I
continue
agree,
playing their
for
game,
most.
getting swept up in the Blizzard brand, buying the special editions of their other games to get miniature pets in Diablo 3. What? I don't care for it. Completing seasonal goals on your temporary seasonal character, if you choose to engage in that kind of thing, will give you an upgrade so strong I can't believe it, and I don't understand it. But it make the flashy light big and brain-like. The Darkening of Tristram, the retro-style once-in-a-year event, where players go through a
Pandering
Diablo 3
bullshit.
version of Diablo 1. I'm not sure what to think about it. My immediate thought is, wow, this is pretty, and this is cute, but this game is Diablo 3, and none of this fits. Diablo 3 is a game about dopamine
no shit.
and a game about
You're a bit
speed.
late on
Tacking
that.
Diablo 1 onto Diablo 3 makes Diablo 1 look like trash. While it's fun to revisit things once a year for some reason, I don't understand what they're doing here with this add-on. Nostalgia is fine, but acknowledging nostalgia with a game that lacks integrity in the fullest is only depressing, and it confuses me. Let's move on. I just started this section and I've got to say, I don't like this. Like, the point of this video was to look at what Diablo is and was, right? See where it ended up. I don't like the anti-D3 discourse that aggrandizes Diablo 2 beyond belief, a game with actual flaws that constantly get glossed, but 1 and 2
You
both
just
have their integrity.
fucking-
Diablo 3
You glossed over free so hard. Just stop talking. For the love of gods, just stop.
Also, just he's bringing up all these issues that I had with like Diablo 3, and it's like, bro, are you sure that is just the Diablo 2 people that hated the game?
He's so full of fucking shit.
Because like, if you've ever been active in the Diablo 3 forums, you'd see people hating the changes that the devs would make, and just feeling pigeonholed into whatever the devs want. It was just, people felt defeated. And it was just a depressing, the forums are just such a depressing place for me. It's kind of what made me stop playing Diablo 3 and just play other games.
I just don't want to deal with it anymore. It's just, I will gladly keep going back to Diablo 2 because it's actually a good game. I played Diablo 3 once in a while going, do I remember what was it like again? Let's give it another go. Oh, it's this dog shit. I'm out. I always get like one act in nowadays, and I'm just like, I give the fuck up. I don't want to deal with this. It's stupid.
3 is a game that's enjoyable until the lights stop dazzling. That's my problem. You can add every bit and bob, every game mode, every event and enjoyable thing, but it wears on you, man. It's not a consistent gameplay experience.
What the hell?
It's a light show.
He's admitting that he's not really.
Diablo 3 drops nuclear-grade dopamine
He's
bombs.
just admitting. Can you stop the video? I'm trying. There we go.
All right, I paused.
He's just admitting that he's not really into the gameplay. He's just there to witness a spectacle, right?
He wants to be a peasant who just claps because thing happened.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of sad.
Oh, pretty lights.
Yeah.
Oh my god, pretty lights. Oh, what? Input? No, I want to keep clapping. I keep sucking my thumb. Stupid.
About every 30 seconds. Spell effects are fast, brutal, and flashy, even when they're not as beautiful as the second game. Enemies burn up in fire, melt in air.
Really? Not as pretty as the second game? No
I like
shit.
how he's backtracking, like liking the game.
He's backtracking.
Yeah, and then just saying that shit. It's just so, it's so weird.
He's backtracking so hard, he's going as fast as Superman trying to rewind time.
Yeah. Just... it's not a good look, especially when you went out of your way to like make Diablo 1 look as bad and then make Diablo 2 look as bad. This kind of brings up to what other people were saying in the comments, that this video is so poorly structured.
Yeah, basically.
Logan, you're absolutely right.
Painful deaths and fly away from the force of your blows. The landscape crumbles beneath your power. Is that a combo meter for killing monsters stringing me along to the next fight? Is that a combo meter for breaking objects? Gold and loot explodes from every chest. Every boss like mothering pinatas. Shrines dot the landscape, handing out experience buffs and more. It's no different than the second game, but good lord it's more plentiful. And shinier by a mile. And then there's that bastard.
He's admitting he's a casual.
There is no dark fantasy game with
goddamn
a fucking loot goblin. Are you kidding me? That's the thing. This is my issue. Diablo 3 is a dopamine abusing power trip crafted by the developers
you make
to
that
suck
sound like a good
players
thing.
into playing indefinitely and keep them hypnotized until the game burns up in its own searing blaze of light.
You mean like you, except you're just trying to backtrack?
Yeah.
Also, Logan makes a good point. Shadow, like, he's basically pointing out my fucking love for the series and how it's just been ruined. And he's just saying it's like with him and Fallout. Well, is Shadow and Diablo 3 is me with Fallout 4 and Skyrim. It's like, oh, I can imagine that. I've played both of them, so I know that feeling a bit.
Yeah, it's not.
Dopamine trip. Who got it playing Diablo 3? Yeah, you telling me sucks. I don't know who. Honestly, you lose dopamine playing it. I'm having more fun just talking to them than this now. Jesus Christ. It's just terrible video.
Yeah, we're almost done. It's just,
let's do it. Let's just speedrun. Let's
light. It's insulting design at the core, and that's where I respect the Diablo 2 fans who want the atmosphere back.
You just
the
shadow
atmosphere
them
that's the
like
issue. Not
times.
really. I think they just want their game back. The one that doesn't seek to control.
I'm dying. I'm done. He's just full of shit. I'm not. No,
I'm so
his
confused
opinions
how
are valid.
this.
Fuck him.
I'm so
Fuck him.
confused
I'm
how
done.
this video took a turn. This is one of the weirdest U-turns I've ever seen in a video.
And you know he's backtracking and trying to do a like, oh no, it's not like that at all. He's completely doing that. You can fucking see it.
Oh god.
Fuck, I'm done. Let's get
One
over
that
it.
doesn't
I hate
seek
him.
to overpower. At the end of it, it's no wonder, sadly, that Blizzard was surprised by the backlash to Diablo Immortal. Diablo 3, Diablo Now, the one that 20 million players bought into, has the sneaky and coercive design of a phone game. But the fanbase clearly sees it as more than that. They see it as a bastion of old Blizzard. And the core D1 and 2 fans, the ones who still angrily post in forums about the failings of Diablo 3, have a right to do so when the IP they loved viscerally is upgraded with clearly strong
This
design,
fucking
but clearly
180.
abusive intentions. And while I love the character design in the third and find it fun to
What?
He's backtracking.
Yeah, he did a 180.
so
What the
fucking quickly. I'm confused and annoyed. He's. I can't tell what the hell he's trying to do anymore.
I somehow powered through a video just to get this ending. It's like, what?
What? Even, but
It's not. Oh my
wait,
god.
wait. Logan, oh my god, you're not you're kidding, right? Check out his vid in Dishonored or BioShock. Lel, never seen them, but this but this view says Infinite is great and Dishonored 2 had a better story. Can I die, please? Can I die?
Oh.
Had enough. Had enough of this.
Let's just finish this.
fun to play more than any other.
Let's
It's
go.
hard to beat a game whose integrity shines through in everything, flaws and all. It's hard to criticize something so single-minded, so absolute in its purpose that it spawned a series named after its player's singular goal. For the first time in my meager online career, I can't choose a singular best game in the franchise, or even worst game. Ordering them is nearly impossible because their strengths and weaknesses are so disparate. Play Diablo 1 if you want a classic atmospheric dungeon crawl. Play Diablo 2 if you want a turbocharged version of the first game in classic Blizzard design. Play Diablo 3 if you're into strong character builds, a long-lasting game, huge
Ew.
collectible opportunities.
Ew.
Long-lasting
joke?
game.
Long lasting. Fuck off.
Why do?
It's a joke.
Made in XL is knocking on your door right now. Thanks.
Oh my god.
Fucking long lasting. Made in XL has left you a message. He says a big L.
Yeah, big L.
Here's your
Fucking
L.
Big L.
Like even Path of Exile surpassed this game. God.
It did. Fucking did.
And dope in spades. Pray that Diablo 4 sets the series on the path to hell again.
Wait, at this point, I'd rather not play Diablo anymore.
Play 1 and 2.
I'd rather-
Don't play 3.
Yeah, I'd rather just play other games. God, I'm so
God,
glad
the
this.
fuck. That was so fucking weird. He 180 that so hard. He probably took the fucking earth with it. Like holy shit.
I don't understand the ending. The ending made no sense.
I genuinely do not know what the fuck is going on with his writing there. Or his script or whatever the hell. I just don't know what the fuck that was about.
It was so dumb.
He was so all over the place. He just kept going at a redneck pace. It's like fucking movie Bob, isn't it? Just fucking all over the place, just fucking nonstop, go, and just incoherent mess.
You know, you've been streaming for like
Bullshit.
4 hours and 40 minutes. Oh god, to cover this 47-minute video. Fuck. I feel so.
EFAP 2, Electric Boogaloo.
I feel ripped, man. I feel like I've been ripped off. I got gypped. It's like
I feel like I've had
4
several brain
minutes and-
cells die.
4 hours and 40 minutes for this, with like he just tucks his tail. It's like fuck, man.
He's a fucking coward who wants to play the oh no, that's not what I mean. Look, see? He's clearly doing it so he doesn't get as much hate. Because he knows he's fucking full of it.
Oh god.
So he's put it in the relevant. I don't know. It feels like he's putting it in the. I guess you could say relevant spots. You know, the end of the video. So it's like, no. See what I say at the end, the conclusion. It's like, no, you're just full of shit. You just don't want people to see your shit. You just want your fans to see it and go, yeah, I agree.
Anyway, so I guess actually I think now would be a good time to just end the stream. So thanks everyone who stopped by. It's really just nice to be streaming again. And thank you both Shadow and Weekend Warrior for stopping by. It was nice having you guys
here. This video.
Like this
Please share the stream. Enjoy me losing my damn brain cells. A genuine Diablo fan has died today. Of cringe.
I don't know when I'll be streaming again, but honestly, I think there's actually another video I've been wanting to also stream next time. It was like, you ever seen like Implement's recent video, the state of gaming or something?
Yeah.
Because I want to cover it more in a future stream, but basically, it was a weird video. It was a weird video because like his arguments can apply, but specifically to the American AAA gaming industry. It's not really much of an issue in like indie titles or like even AA titles, and even Japanese titles. It's not really much of an issue. So, whenever I find time again, I do plan to stream the stream. Now, I don't know if I'll have the same guests then. I guess it's really just a matter of like scheduling and like people who I can find to stream with. So
I'm only gonna be available on weekends since I work pretty much every weekday now. So Saturday would be my thing. So you're better off trying to find people unless it lines up really well on like it was today for me.
And another thing is I'm also busy with like tournament content and joining fighting game tournaments and other stuff like that. I've been expanding a bit. And I also want to eventually get into like making a new video. I'm also thinking about working on like a new video, especially on like discussing fighting game accessibility. So I'll try to make announcements when I can.